1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, Diplomacy fans. I am Brandon Fogel with the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, coming to you with coverage of today's UK National Championship Tournament. It is the first UK National Championship that has taken place since 2005. Used to be an annual event held every year at a tournament called MidCon, but went out of fashion and has now been revived thanks to the efforts of Bradley Grace, who had won the previous tournament of any kind in the UK, which was back in 2022. So this is the first tournament in 2 years in the UK and the first national championship in 19 years. So right before our eyes, we are hopefully witnessing the rebirth of the organized UK diplomacy hobby. Joining me today to talk about this tournament are Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome.
Great to be here.
Jamal Blakarli. Jamal, welcome.
How you doing?
And Johnny Gillum. Johnny, welcome. All right, so none of us have played in a UK championship. Have any of us played in a tournament of any kind in the UK before?
No.
All right. Jamal?
I was going to say, I think I missed a game in London by about a week at one point. It's the closest I got.
All right, so as our resident expert in UK diplomacy, how do you anticipate today's tournament going?
Look, I think it's the UK hobby, I'm really glad to see, is kind of restarting it. There were this heyday in the 90s and early 2000s where they're having hundreds of people at tournaments and all this kind of thing. It was huge. So it's really great to see it kicking back off. I think it's a little, it's growing. It's finding its feet at the moment. But I think there are some, we all know there are some excellent players coming out of the UK. You've got Bradley, you've got McCallus, you've got Seren, you've got Dan Lester, you've got Toby. Like, there are so many good players in the UK that if they're all coming, this is going to be a great tournament.
Some of them are there. Christopher Ward, Johnny, do you have anything to tell us about Wardy then?
No, only that I'm rooting for him to win.
My very first diplomacy tournament, which was World DipCon in the year 2000 in Huntsville, Maryland, was won by a UK player named Simon Bouton. I don't know if he still plays or was at this tournament, but he was quite sharp and got a solo on me and was a very, very exciting player. So I'm not sure if he's still around or still playing. It'd be interesting to see if he's shown up.
Yeah, not on the tournament roster for what I can tell. But there are lots of other exciting players. Some of the names that were just mentioned were definitely there. McCallus is not one of them, though. I didn't reach out to him, though. I imagine he had a conflict for this weekend. Otherwise, he would either be there or probably be on the broadcast. Yes, I think I agree. We are all excited to see the resuscitation of the UK hobby, and I think we're all excited to see what happens. Before we dive into the games, though, we like to show the list of players, the top players according to DBNI rank. And warning, this is going to look a little funny because only 3 players are in the current DBNI rankings who are at this tournament, and those are Christopher Ward, Isaac Jukes, and Micah Blom. So Micah made it over from the Netherlands. I see we've got some fans on the broadcast here. Do you guys want to add anything then about these particular players before we dive into the games? I'll just open this up to any of the 3 of you.
All great, very experienced players. I don't know how much any of them play face-to-face, so we'll see how well their virtual success translates, but they're all great players.
Is Micah a rookie this year, or did Micah play last year? I can't remember. Anyone know offhand? I'm gonna look
I
it up.
believe. Go ahead.
I think Micah played last year. Yeah, because I think
so.
she was in the rookie showcase last year. But yeah, I mean, I'm certainly. I mean, anytime Micah's on a board, I got to be rooting for Micah. She's great and one of those up and coming players that is just taking the world by storm right now.
Yeah, Micah's amazing. I'll let Jamal root for Micah. I'll keep my pick of Wardy, but Micah knows I love her too. Wardy also is going to be an interesting player to watch. Like for real, he really improved his game a lot since he started playing with us. He was in the DBNI last year. He did well. So it'll be fun to see how he does. Isaac and Micah both really exciting young virtual players, so this will be fun to watch.
And I think I have to apologize. I think, yes, these are last season's DBNI standings. I have not switched the marker in the software that uses the current, uses the 2025 DBNI rankings. So, maybe I'll do that when we get a break at some point. I'll definitely do it for the next broadcast. All right. So with that, let us dive into some games. I believe, Adam, we're going to give you a break first, and then we'll see you in about 6 to 8 game years. All right, so let's see what happened in this tournament. So the tournament began with games on Friday. So there was one round on Friday, one round on Saturday, and one round today. Obviously, this is in UK time, and we are coming to you in the afternoon North America time, which is evening in the UK. So these games are already finished. So everyone over there already knows who the winner is and is, sitting at the bar or the restaurant chatting about it afterward. And but none of us know any of the results. Well, I do actually, because I'm the host and I get to see some of what happens in order to put the stuff in the information, but into the database. But you guys have no idea. So this is going to be all fresh reads for you. I should note also that if it's afternoon here and evening in the UK. Where Jamal Blakarli is a rather different time of day. That is 4 a.m. in.
That is correct. That is correct.
You are coming to us from Canberra, Australia. Is that correct?
That's right. The sun is not up. I'll be on sun watch and tell you when the sun comes up.
All right, we'll get to see your the color of your wall behind you sort of slowly brighten.
Brendan, I like that you gave Adam the first break so that Jamal could really just get right in there with his 4 a.m. board reads.
I'm awake. It would be sad to have woken up and not be able to take the first time.
Yeah.
If I really wanted the cruel option, that would have been it. Yeah, get up at 3:45 and then just have a break. All right, let's have a look at who is on the first board. There were 2 boards in each round, rounds 1, 2, and 3. So we have 6 boards total. Here are the players that were on board 1, which is named after the group Take That, who I have to admit I am not familiar with. Austria is Stephen Agar out of Bishop's Stortford. In England, we have Phil Johns out of Birmingham. France, we have Toby Harris out of Worcester. Germany, Dan Lester out of London. Italy, Abdullah Harid out of London as well. Russia, Klaas de Graaf out of Alkmaar, the Netherlands. Of course, this is all live in person, face-to-face. So all of these players are in Chester in the UK. And in Turkey, we have Gunter Bedson, who is out of Telford in the UK. Before we jump into the orders, you guys, either of you have any thoughts on this player list?
Yeah, this is fun. These are old school face-to-face players. I didn't know these guys were all going to be making a trip out. Stephen Agar, Toby Harris, Phil Johns, I believe, as well, are all guys I've heard of. I've never played with any of them. They're like legendary figures in face-to-face. Dan Lester I have played with. I was there when he won his Worlds. He's an amazing player. And Klaas de Graaf also used to play with us a lot. So this is a really fun board, especially looking at that West. It's going to be really interesting.
Jamal, any thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's similar to Johnny. It's like this is time machine back to the late '90s diplomacy, and this is going to be awesome to watch because this is right out of the heyday of the British hobby. This game is going to be amazing.
All right, let's dive in. I think we'll do it this way. We'll have you guys, the two of you, alternate by year. One of you will take the sort of reading the orders, the play-by-play, and then at the end of the year, we'll give the other one a chance to offer some analysis. If there's something really that you want to that jumps out at you that you really want to talk about in the spring, feel free. But here are Johnny, will start with you reading the orders and giving some analysis. Spring 1901, and here are the orders.
Okay, so right off the bat, your eyes are drawn to the east here. You have Sev holds, not particularly common, usually in this kind of situation where you want to take the fleet and Ankh right out to Khan. You're going to have an Armenian fist bump or something like that. Here, Klaus, Gunther, they're totally on the same page. So Sev's just holding, and Ankh gets out to go into the Aegean. On the other side, you've got Venice straight into Trieste. This looks like it's setting up to be arranged for the fleet and Ionian to go to Aegean. So it looks like we're going to have a fast AI and a fast RT, both making pretty optimal moves. So that's going to be interesting to watch. The West is less interesting. Paris to Gascony. Toby's playing super hands-off. Doesn't want to piss anybody off. Dan, you have all the space you need. He could do the fun thing where Gascony convoys to Portugal here and he attacks England. He also might not. He might just take he could do kind of anything here. His diplomatic options are pretty open.
It's a very, very trusting opening by France, leaving yourself wide open to all three of your neighbors. And let's see if he gets away with it after fall 1901. Oh.
He does convoy into Portugal. Cool. Okay. If I'm England, this is a 3-alarm fire. Keeping the fleet. The only reason you ever do this is to build a fleet in Brest and have a quicker attack on England. In my opinion, your armies are as far away from Germany as they could possibly be. This looks like Toby and Dan are gonna. Well, Toby wants to do a Toby and Dan FG. We'll see what Dan wants to do. England gets Belgium, pretty normal. Sweden or Russia gets Sweden, pretty normal. What's going on in the east? Okay. Not quite what we expected here. So Abdullah convoys into Tunis, so does not go into the Aegean Sea, which kind of implies that maybe Trieste was not totally arranged, or maybe Stephen's okay with this. Sometimes Austria's are. Trieste and Bulgaria bounce in Serbia, and Jamal, if you can figure out what they were,
I think it's an attempted key Lepanto that Turkey sniffed out. So Trieste to Serbia.
Okay.
This happened with me on a board once with Zach Moore, where we attempted the key Lepanto, but then Zach decided to go from Albania instead of Serbia for whatever reason. So I mean, look, maybe this is just Abdullah going in hard against Stephen and doing the bit of the early betrayal. But in that case, then why don't you go to Greece and bounce Austria out of Greece?
Exactly. Well, maybe he thinks Bulgaria goes to Greece. There's one option.
Potentially, yeah. But I mean, well, yeah. But if you're doing this to screw over Austria, you should be coordinating with Turkey here.
Yeah.
So I mean, my read is that given you have a big juggernaut that's potentially playing out here, and I would be surprised if Black Sea is not agreed. There might be essentially a key Lepanto that's gone wrong somewhere in the communication here.
Yeah, although if that's true, good for Stephen for putting Albania into Greece. That's the right move if you've figured out that Turkey has sniffed out the Kiloponto. So interesting moves, but I agree with the read. I think it's still AI versus RT.
I will say it is curious for Italy here. I think if you're Austria, I think the scenario you guys are proposing here is that Austria sniffed out that Turkey was going to go to Serbia. Didn't have time to tell Italy to change their order. But Italy should be going to the Aegean Sea here anyway, if they're on board with the AI, right?
I'm not sure how much Abdullah's played. I haven't seen his name before, but I mean, often with kind of slightly newer players, they can get on board with a kind of an alliance structure or an approach, but not want to do the thing that is the alliance move, but that feels risky to a newer player, which is not taking Tunis early on, right? You might still go, well, I want to do this. I want to leave my fleet in the Ionian to do a legitimate Lepanto later, but I'm just not comfortable leaving Tunis vacant, even though that is the kind of the correct alliance play here. So yeah, I don't think this changes much in the alliance structure. I think it's just potentially Abdullah being a little cagey about it.
It's interesting. Managing or working with new players, for experienced players who are trying to win a tournament, working with new players is a really crucial aspect of tournament play. So if we operate under the presumption that Abdullah is a newer player, then that's a big task for Stephen Agar, who we know is an experienced player. All right, so what's up?
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say, equally, if I'm Italy here and I get the sense that Austria is going to be fine with me taking Trieste and Tunis, probably will. So you don't have to do the good alliance thing if you're going to get 2 builds out of the deal.
Stephen could be so old school he doesn't even realize the GN is a move.
Yeah, right. So I mean, this might be Abdullah being pretty sharp. It depends.
All right, let's push forward here. In the West, so if you're Dan Lester here, all right, do Dan Lester's builds have to show us what he's doing?
Oh, I mean, if I'm Dan Lester here, I'm building Army Kiel and waving.
Yeah, you are.
Let him fight. Let him fight.
Army Kiel, not Fleet.
No, because Fleet Kiel's potentially threatening structures. Just let him fight.
Okay.
All right. And so,
Munich, Fleet Kiel. Every time.
And Johnny, it sounds like if you're England, you build Fleet Liverpool here because you're assuming that this is an anti-English French opening.
I really don't want to build Fleet Liverpool. I definitely build Fleet London. I sit at the board and make grimaces about what I do with my other build.
If you build Fleet London, Army Eddie, you can at least make the pitch that we can do something else, right? Becomes a viable option.
All right, let's see what they do. 2 fleets from England in Edinburgh and London. We do, from Toby Harris, get Fleet Brest. So, if you're Phil Johns and you're looking at Toby Harris and wondering, if there were any things that he could have done that weren't anti-English, you might wonder whether he actually did any of them. From Dan Lester, we do get an army in Munich and a fleet in Kiel. So these are, I think, sort of the most flexible builds he could do. Elsewhere on the board, we get from Abdullah, very interesting army in Rome, which, that strikes me as the sort of thing that if an inexperienced player does, we say they're inexperienced. If an experienced player does it, we say, well, that's interesting. Well, I wonder what they have in mind. Although I'll give you guys a chance to comment on that going forward here. And from Klaus, we get 2 armies. Very interesting. A little cagey on Klaus's part. Do either of you want to comment on the builds?
I think so. Army Rome is I don't want to annoy my ally in Austria, but I still want another army build, right? Like if Venice, Austria starts to get worried. With Rome, you're saying, no, I'm not going to defend Trieste. We're still working together. It's fine. But you can still march up to Venice in the spring. And given Trieste wasn't going to move forward anyway, it's effectively the same position. I think it's showing that he and Toby are comfortable. Like he's not concerned about the French kind of sweeping south. I mean, look, I think it's a decent build if you don't think the French is going to come, because your fleet's not going to get further than Eastern Med anyway, or Aegean, and so I mean they're just going to get all backed up. So what's the point of having another fleet unless you want to park it in Tyrrhenian Sea? And if you want to incite this French-English war, then or by all means go put an army down.
All right, let's push forward here. I do see Bradley Grace in the comments is saying that Abdullah is fairly new, played a few games in the London club. So probably Abdullah's first tournament. And that's a different context as well. All right, spring 1902, Jamal, you are on tap for calling out some orders for us. Tell us what you see.
And it's all a bit of a rope-a-dope because Abdullah is going in to Stephen Agar. So he gets the support into Serbia, convoys over to Albania, and it's a Kraken all the way. Although I think there is also a juggernaut here. So that how Abdullah's gone with the let's go and get Austria now play, and then I think is going to deal with the kind of the 3-way standoff in the juggernaut later, and we'll see how that plays. But Austria is going down hard like a sack of bricks. So a lot of coordination there. Russia's also in Galicia, which is tough. Black Sea is in Con, which has to be agreed. Either going to get blown up or push through. Up in the north, England is bouncing Russia in St. Petersburg. Dan Lester is going to Skagerrak, definitely only to attack Sweden. Definitely in no way to get position in the North Sea. It's purely pro-England. Although maybe it is, because he's also going into Burgundy here from Ruhr, which is the pro-England way to do this, right? If you wanted to go to Burgundy and then turn on Belgium, you'd go from Munich. So maybe there is some pro-Englandness happening. Phil's gotten into the English Channel with support because Toby's prioritized convoying back to Gascony. I think taking a defensive position. But yeah, it's going to be hard for anybody to crack Toby in this position. But their forward movement against England is stalled here, so the West is jamming up a little bit while the East is resolving very, very quickly.
Yeah, fascinating play here by Dan Lester to move on into position to mess with both of his potential allies in the West, and now it's a big decision point, right? I think Dan definitely has to show his cards this turn, and answer is
North Sea.
What about money on it?
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing, right? Where it's like you often see these they're not stabs, but they're kind of these like half or quarter stab moves where it's like if Dan is really trying to take Sweden, why are you going to Skagerrak and not Baltic here, right? Like that's starting to send off some alarm bells if I'm England in this situation. Not that there was much you could do about it. But yeah, so Dan's decided to actually go into Belgium, actually going to the North Sea. Toby's going into the English Channel. This was all cooked up by all of them, I reckon. And yeah, Phil is now in a tough situation. And again, this is potentially good players responding to the other side of the board, because as you see, Austria is down to 1, right? Austria, they've essentially gone, we're going to take Greece, take Serbia, take Budapest, and for Abdullah's troubles and all the help he's provided to the RT, he's now getting popped out of Ionian Sea with the Turkish support, which can't be too happy about, because he was trying to support Turkey into Greece. So yeah, I mean, it looks like the juggernaut is up and rolling here, and looks like maybe Abdullah's the odd man out. But either way, Stephen Agar is having a welcome back to diplomacy, friend time of it on board 1.
I'm not. Yeah, it's tough for Stephen. I'm not so sure that Russia is on board with Turkey right now. Turkey is definitely against Italy. Russia, I don't think was supposed to go back to the Black Sea. I think they were either supposed to go to Aegean or they were going to somehow arrange for that fleet to be popped. I don't really think it's supposed to go back to the Black. You see Serbia supports rum to Budapest here. I don't know. I think Klaus can build in Sev and go and attack Turkey from here with a kind of weakened Italy.
And I think Abdullah will be really, really hoping that that's exactly what happens here, because I think that's the only saving grace. Because I mean, this is the situation where you almost want the French to come and help, and the French is nowhere near enough in position to come and help. So if Klaus decides to stick with Gunther here, then it's going to be really hard for Abdullah. Vice versa, if it is the Klaus and Abdullah show, then Gunther's suddenly been a little bit hoodwinked.
What do you guys make of Klaus helping Germany here? So the tap on Norway, I think, is what I'm focusing on here. It ended up not being needed because Norway didn't support North to hold. It's clear that Phil, I think, was expecting support, perhaps a little bit, what's the word, aspirationally in support into Sweden, given the 2 fleets on North Sea here. But Klaus still tapped Norway for, to Dan's advantage. Do you guys have any opinions on that? Either one.
I think it's correct. I think you absolutely want to do this because in the spring you're looking at a potential EG setup, right? You saw support into English, you saw support into Burgundy, and if it's going to be EG, you're going to lose Sweden and St. Petersburg. So you're going to want to do anything you can to make sure that Dan does exactly what he's doing here, which is flip on England so that you can get Norway and have that northern presence. And so every time you're going to Dan, you're saying, hey, I'm tapping Norway for you. Don't worry. If you want North Sea, it's yours. You can be sure that France is going to tap Channel. So North is a basic guarantee and Belgium is also a guarantee. So you just make sure that it's as clean as Dan as possible. So you can go take Norway.
And It's very smart. It's very smart Russia play, right? Because Russia, the key problem with Russia is that they're not one big power, they're 2 small powers, right? And so you have these 2 fronts where you kind of have to play on both. And if you can resolve one of them diplomatically with only not really committing any units to it, which is kind of what he's done up north here, then you actually get the space to play in one of your theaters a bit more fully, which is, as you can see, being really successful for him in the south.
All right. Well, so you guys are both saying an EG is more worrisome than possibly a big G, and or deal with that later. Maybe would be the next thought. Okay.
Yeah.
So winter 1902 finds two more fleets. So we have a repeat of builds from England. Of course, this was these are both rebuilds because Phil must have had 3 units disbanded over the course of that year. I think they were all in the fall as well. Went down a unit. Klaus gets a build from Budapest, puts down army in Moscow. Gunter in Turkey puts down another fleet. And Abdullah, perhaps wondering, if that was the right decision, puts down a fleet in Naples. And Stephen, in the FU move of the game, keeps the fleet in Ionian. Disbands the army in Vienna. So I think we have it. That tells us what Stephen is thinking, what he wants to do with that fleet. All right, let's get some orders read out here. Johnny, over to you.
Yes, this is exactly what I was hoping Klaus would do. This is great. You build in Moscow so that Gunter thinks you're with him, and then I was actually thinking convoy to Armenia, but convoy into Ankh is even better. Gunter's totally cooked here. There's an enemy fleet in the black. There's an enemy army in Ankh. It's just a matter of time. I think this is amazing play from Klaus. He's probably going to end up with a lot of these Turkish centers. Italy has got foreign fleets all up in his everywhere. Italy's going to be a lot slower to make gains. Klaus has got friends everywhere. I love this for Russia. In the west, it looks like Toby gets a convoy into Wales. That's huge. That's really going to... Oh, and Dan gets a convoy into York. Oh, my. That is ugly. That is a bad turn for Phil Johns. I don't know what happened here.
The year of the crippling convoys.
Yeah, my goodness. He was trying to support Channel into North Sea.
Yep.
He was trying to break up the alliance. It's admirable, I guess, right? Like you take the shot you got, but that's tough. Yeah.
Really quickly, I'm taking us too slow. I know I said beforehand that I wanted us to move quickly, and now I'm luxuriating. But just really quickly, it's an interesting choice. So Toby had a big choice here, right? Whether to take Phil's offer and work against Dan, or to take to go after English centers. Jamal, really quickly, do you like the decision?
Look, I think it makes sense in a decision, particularly if you've kind of committed to this. I think getting into the North Sea doesn't actually help you all that much here, because you're going to be in the North Sea and in the English Channel, but then surrounded by English fleets, and so you're going to have to double back on, like, maybe you get Belgium out of that, but like here at least you're getting Liverpool and London, and you have a working relationship with Dan, right? Like you and Dan have been coordinating all game together. I mean, if this is where the relationship is, go with the relationship. And Dan has enough fleets to be turning pretty quickly against Russia and Scandinavia as soon as this is done. Like this smells like the potential for a long-term alliance. And you're not even gaining much more short-term by turning on Germany here. So I like the decision.
All right, let's move forward, see how it works out in the fall. Johnny, over to you.
All right. So Liverpool is lost. London is lost. So Phil is going to be down to 2, and Eddie and Norway. Oh, interesting. So North is supporting Skagerrak into Norway as well to keep England alive. So Dan has immediately turned on Klaus. He's walked into Silesia. He's taken Sweden. So this is a big stab of Russia by Germany. I like it. If I'm Germany, I often don't want to be doing this early in an FG, but I think this is partially because of what we were talking about, that Klaus was getting so big, doing so well. Dan thought it's got to be now or else it's going to be too late. However, Klaus has convoyed back from Ankara back into Sevastopol, which looks to me like a Jamal move. I'm going to need help understanding this. I think this is insane.
I think this position was amazing. By Klaus.
Yeah.
I don't think this was planned. I think this is Klaus reacting to the sudden realization that there's the late break Western triple with Phil Johns as the Janissary, because Dan's put him back into Norway here, right? So I think Phil's cut some deal where, all right, I'll survive and I'll go and push up against Russia and fine, just take my centers on the mainland. And I think Klaus has realized that and doubled back to try and deal with what they see as this move coming. But it's too clever, because actually what you want to do here is keep Ankara and build in Warsaw.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
and so I think he's trying to reestablish a relationship with Gunter, but yeah, I mean, fair enough. Gunter isn't in a position to really do anything against Klaus, even if even if he wanted to and is feeling sore about it. So Gunter's only real move is to keep going in the south here. Um, yeah, I think it is a little too clever by Klaus. I think, there's a different way of doing this where you can still pick up your gains in Turkey, make the case that, hey, I'm not going any further. I just need to build and defend against North now. But it's a very strong relationship play. I don't know what it gets him in the long term.
I'll just add this, with the East or with the West resolving so quickly, it does feel like the East needs a clear alliance structure in response. And this is it Klaus or Klaus? Do we know? Anyone know for sure? Okay. Sorry, Klaus. I believe this has been an issue a long time ago. Klaus hasn't been on the stream for a little bit, so apologize. We will try to get some clarity on this as this goes on. But yeah, it's sort of like a little grenade thrown into the alliance structure, and then it's pulled back, and so it's a little bit of the worst of both worlds. All right, here we go. Winter 1903. We have fleet in Marseille getting put down, along with 2 armies in Dan. So very clear intent, declarations of intent from the West. And in the East, we have an army from Gunter Bedson. That is interesting. Not what I would have expected.
This is why you don't necessarily pull back here, right? Because Gunter is going to be pissed off no matter what, right? Like you've just stabbed Gunter, and Gunter's going to be saying, "Oh yeah, sure, it's fine, pull back, and we're all good." But you are never all good in that situation, right? You just crippled their game, and you then let them back in off the canvas. They're going to be out for blood. I think. I mean, I know it feels difficult here, but I think if you really want to defend against this Dan Lester that's about to come storm you, I think that you still have to kind of still contain Turkey and get Italy to spend all their time fighting them, and you still pull the armies back, but you still got to pick something up somewhere.
Yeah, and the IR does feel like a better alliance structure than RT as a response to the West, doesn't it? All right, spring 1904. Let's keep going here. Jamal, over to you.
So Klaus is doing what he can to defend. Black is going to Romania. Gunter is actually showing a good level of restraint here, and I think going, well, I can't even pull off an attack on Klaus even if I wanted to. So pushing through into Serbia, and look, honestly, all of this now suddenly looks like the East is quickly forming against the West and agreeing everything. So good on Abdullah here to realize as well that that there's a play you have to make for the board, which is get straight into bed with the people who've just kind of attacked you. And so he's doing that. And unfortunately, I think this will end up with Gunter taking a lot of his centers in the long run. But it is the correct board play, and it's the kind of play that I think shows a level of skill that will bode well in future games. And in the West, it's all on now for this kind of Janissarying Western triple, but it's really just an FG. Everything is going to the line, and I mean, I think they've got the jump on here, right? They're in Tyrolia, which is a real key spot here, and because of the lack of any Austrian presence on the board, Dan's able to really storm through very quickly, and I think they're past. So I think this is gonna, if the alliance sticks, this is looking like a big FG game more than anything else to me.
It's interesting. The Gunter's army build now looks a little different with all the cooperation, the 3-way cooperation in the East. All right, let's keep on going. Fall 1904, Jamal.
So Dan takes position rather than goes for any centers, which makes sense. They're putting England into St. Petersburg, which also makes sense, although it's a fleet, not an army, so it's less than ideal, but I guess you just want to knock people down a little bit. Livonia's in, Silesia's in, Tyrolia is prioritizing getting Marseille into Piedmont rather than holding its own position, which is fine. Yeah, look, there's not a whole lot to talk about here. It's just the alliance structures continuing on. Although I'm not 100% sure Serbia to Budapest would have been agreed. I guess maybe you can pull Romania, but I mean, Gunter, after looking for a second last year, like it was over with the Russian convoy in. I mean, this is the quickest turnaround I've seen, I think, from oh no, I'm about to die into now I have all of the Balkans and probably 11 centers if I want to, and if I can cut a deal with the Western powers.
Yeah, Klaus is actually losing St. Petersburg as well here, right? So that's 2. Johnny, how do you feel
Up in
about
Vienna.
what's up?
Up in Vienna, so he's -1 overall.
Oh, good point. Thank you. Yeah, Johnny, how do you feel about the play on the board this year?
I love this from Gunter. This is so impressive. Super, super impressive Turkish play, diplomatically and tactically. I think I think the FG is stalled. I don't think there's any more after this. They're out of Tyrolia. Bohemia is great, cute, but there's how many armies against them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in that line. I don't know that FG can get further than this. You know, like the only 2 Mediterranean fleets they have are Leon and Wes. Tactically, I mean, it's Dan and Toby. Maybe they can pull it out, but I don't think it's a guarantee by any means. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to what does Gunther want to do? Does Gunther want to just take it all and race the FG, or is he willing to play a more patient game, wait for there to be some kind of tension in the Western Alliance? I could see either way.
There's something I want to point out on the board here, which it's Dan Lester, so I'm going to assume this is planned, right? But Dan has left this lovely, enticing hole in his line in Prussia and Silesia. And it's almost deliberate, right? He's gone from Silesia to Bohemia, which he didn't have to do. But Dan has just said, oh, look at me. I'm vulnerable here in Prussia and Silesia. Russia, Klaus, you should really... it was so bad for me if you marched into Prussia and Silesia here. And what I suspect is happening in the background is Dan has Gunter on board. I reckon Dan and Gunter are talking this entire time. And Dan is trying to bait Klaus into going for that hole and going for what appears to be a gap in the line, but really isn't much of a gap in the line, to drag Gunter's pieces out of the way. So drag Klaus's pieces out of the way so Gunter can just sweep. And Gunter can just take everything from behind. And Gunter, being probably pissed off at Klaus for the earlier stab, is maybe inclined to do so. And because really, I think you're right in terms of the position. Maybe the East has managed to lock the line, but the line ain't locked if Turkey's taking too many centers from behind, and that's I think what Dan's trying to set up for.
All right, let's see if the rope-a-dope. Let's see if this is a rope-a-dope and whether it works. As far as builds go,
we call it, baby.
Budapest was not agreed.
Klaus Klaus disbands Warsaw, keeps Romania. So that is not good news for Gunter Bedson, who perhaps anticipated it and built a fleet in Constantinople, which will at least be able to bounce for a year or two, or a turn or two. Elsewhere, we have a new fleet in Marseille, and that is about it. So real quick, before we move on, who do you guys like on this board? Who would you want to be if you were going to step into this? And Jamal, we'll start with you.
I'd like to be Dan Lester because Klaus is about to march everything south and throw me centers.
Johnny?
I think that's a good answer. I would still take Gunther's position. I still think this is an amazing Turkish position. Fleet Ionian, Fleet Tyrrhenian. I love it. Russia can't really do anything against me here, so I think Turkey's still really nice.
And a lot of room for growth on, perhaps more room for growth. That's the idea. All right, spring 1905. Johnny, over to you.
Sure. So we've got in the east some tactics. Oh, that's interesting. The Austrian fleet in Naples is supporting France forward into the Tyrrhenian Sea. That could be a big deal to have flipped the Austrian like that. Meanwhile, it's war between Russia and Turkey as expected. Russia's taking Fleet Romania off here when they could have retreated into Sev. So Turkey is going to get the Black Sea. That's going to make a difference. And Dan doesn't really do much, kind of hangs out. He's not moving everything in on Russia just yet. He's waiting for his chance. Toby and Dan both have some units they're kind of keeping back, so neither of them are really leaving for much of a stab. I could see Dan taking St. Petersburg and Norway in this next turn. That's very possible here.
I need to come up with a name for this because this is the key. This is the Jade Buddha peace play turn from Dan Lester, which is the rule that if anybody holds all their units at any point in the game, then they are in control of the game, right? Dan Lester moves Rueda Holland, which I'm disappointed in. He should have just held. But yeah, this is Dan Lester going, I don't need to do anything. This game is going exactly how I want it to go. I don't need to do a single thing. Dan Buddha, Dan Lester gets the Jade Buddha Peace Prize for this turn, because that is exactly where you're bossing a game.
All right. So the big question, well, one question we have anyway for Dan Lester is, does he take? I believe he can take St. Petersburg and Norway in the same turn here. Does he do it? You guys say yes, both of you?
Yeah.
The answer is
Yeah.
yes. All right, Johnny, it's still on you. Tell us about it.
Sure. So good turn for Dan. He's up 2. Poor Phil Johns is eliminated. Dan also makes it a Tyrolia. Dan's position is increasingly looking absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Gunter gives Klaas back exactly what Klaas gave Gunter earlier in the game. Walks out of Romania, does not take the Black Sea. So this is a messy relationship between these two. A lot of broken trust and love letters of repaired trust back and forth.
Wow.
I think it's messy. I don't think it's very efficient. We'll see what happens.
It's
so
definitely
Gunter's down.
He's gone to Ankh instead of Smyrna, right? If this is actually efficient, you need that fleet further south. And now it's trapped in Ankara. I mean, again, maybe you just don't trust the guy as far as you can throw him, so you're trying to be a little defensive as well. But
yeah, but in that case, take Rum 7, the Black Sea, if you don't trust him, right? Like, I don't know. I don't like this from Turkey. Turkey's down 1. Turkey doesn't take Tunis. That goes to France. So the FG is increasingly looking good.
I'm a little dizzy.
At some point, I get worried.
I'm a little dizzy from the alliance tennis in the East between R and T. I have to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. What else? Anything else you got, Johnny, on this turn?
I think that's about it. I mean, at some point, there's going to start to be a question about what the future of the FG relationship looks like, but I don't know if that's yet. What's the time limit on these games, by the way?
I believe it's 1910. They're allowed to go up to 10 years.
I mean, if this is 1910, the future of the FG relationship is 1717. This is one of those situations where I think a lot of players might be incentivized to go to stab and go, oh, well, I can get bigger if I stab, but there's no reason to stab you. You're both making so much progress that this board is 1717 from here if you'd like it to be.
Well, so the scoring system is a little bit complicated. It doesn't have a name, so I just called it UK Nat Championship. But it's I think Bradley derived it himself or invented it himself. But there is some benefit for topping the board, and you get some benefit for. So there's a pool that any board toppers will share. And then there's some benefit for finishing within 1 or 2 centers of the board topper. And then the topper also gets extra points for the gap between them and the number 2 player. And it's proportional. You get 5 points for every center. So there is an incentive to top the board and for the board topper to get create as much of a gap between them and the second place person as possible. But the numbers are all interesting and unique, and so it's a little bit hard to sort of figure out just by looking at the rules, sort of what how to quantify the incentives. But those incentives do exist. All right, so Stephen Agar is having a good time here, right? Like,
Alive.
Getting some revenge. Is that the name of that movie? All right, let's move forward here. Into winter 1905, we get 2 new armies down from the German, who definitely is looking eastward with that. Toby Harris has, I think, the build that's of the most interest here, which is a fleet in Brest, not Marseille. What do you make of that, Johnny?
I think it's a hedge. I think maybe Toby didn't know Dan was going to take Phil out in that last turn, and is kind of just putting this fleet here to be like, all right, I'm not going to make it easy for you, Dan. Like, don't build to come after me. I've only got this 1 army, but like, it's not going to be easy. And I think they're going to work it out, and they're both going to see each other and go, yep, we're still on, and it's going to go right out to the mid. Also, I guess he has to defend Mao from NAF. I can't really see the little Turkish fleet in NAF there, but I do think it's there. So
yeah, the NAF gives you plausible deniability on this one.
Right.
But
I mean, you could do it from English too, but that's further reason for it.
Oh, and just to finish the point about the scoring system, you can see from the scores as they're currently showing, there actually is quite a significant board topping incentive. So Dan Lester is sitting on 135 points, only 2 centers ahead of Toby Harris at 60. So 75-point gap there,
So
more than twice as much.
it's pretty much British C Diplo.
Right. Don't tell the British that.
But so what that means though is that if you're if you're Toby Harris, like the alliance is all well and good, but if it's serving Dan Lester more than it's serving you, then you do need to think about that.
Yeah, you can trade London whenever you want here in this alliance. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. What? Interesting surprise. Yeah.
That's an option.
Is this the right result, Jamal?
Look, I mean, I think this is the right result. In the sense that Dan obviously takes this, right. Like we were just talking about how seemingly ridiculous the points benefit for being in first place and only 2 ahead is, right? So if you're Dan here, you've got this humongous gap in points to everyone else. I mean, if the game goes on, you kind of have to balance with Toby. You're forced to at least feed him London or Belgium or something. So I guess, if I'm Dan, I like this. If I'm the East, I'm taking whatever I can get here because the game's over if it drags on. And I mean, the only person who doesn't love this, I think, is Toby. But also, what can you do, right? Like if Dan's not going to give you a center, you're not, what are you going to turn around and fight Dan here? Like it doesn't work. So yeah, I think this seems natural. And if people want to have a good first game, bank a score, move on with their lives, I don't see the reason to push unless you wanted some 17-17 or something of that ilk.
Johnny?
I don't take this draw as Toby. I don't see why you would unless you're just done playing for the day, which is totally viable. I'm playing a board game here, but I mean, you've got a Austrian Janissary in Naples, right? So you can probably take Rome right now, and RT got back together, and there's a lot of RT armies to stop Germany right where he is. So you've probably got the next 1, maybe 2 builds, assuming that people aren't making the wrong moves. And I don't know that it is so easy for Dan to take this. I don't know. I would at least play it. He has so many more points than you, right? So
the other thing to consider is the personalities here, right? Toby. So I'm actually really, my heart is actually genuinely warmed by this alliance because Toby and Dan have had a bit of a feud for a little while in the past now, and from all I understand, actually they've really repaired bridges and actually it shows the strength of character for both of them that they've actually been able to really let bygones be bygones. And I think this I almost think feels like a kind of get back together on the board as well as a get back together off the board. And I think Toby's almost letting Dan, I'm not going to fight you on this one. What's more important here is actually us being friends again. Diplomacy is as much about what is happening off the board as what's happening on the board. And I mean, I'm actually so pleased to see these two actually really work this and work it efficiently and really get this going, that I think this is the right result for British diplomacy, let alone particularly the specific board state here.
That is big. Doing what it takes to rebuild the hobby, 1 center at a time.
I didn't know that. That's great. That does explain it.
All right, we will leave it there. And that means that we are going to welcome Mr. Adam Silverman back. Adam, welcome back to the stream.
Thank you. Great game.
All right, Johnny, why don't we give you a rest here as well then and see you in a game? All right.
Okay.
And let us head on over to board number 2. This one is named after the Stone Roses, a band I'm also not familiar with, but I do know that they're bands. In Austria, we have Micah Blom coming out of the Netherlands. In England, we have Conrad Woodring out of London. France, Theo Fox out of Liverpool. Germany, DBN's own Marcus Zylstra out of Reading. I know Marcus is planning a move across the pond, which hasn't happened yet. So Mark is enjoying some face-to-face diplomacy. In the meantime, in Italy, we have Isaac Jukes out of York. Russia, we have David Wigglesworth out of Edinburgh. And in Turkey, we have DBN's own Christopher Ward. The one and only. All right. Adam, any thoughts on this lineup?
That's a good group of players. I'm excited to see Micah and Conrad. Conrad doesn't play a lot of virtual, but he's a longtime face-to-face player. So it'll be interesting to see how he does on this board with a number of people who often play in other formats like the virtual, which Micah and Isaac and Wardy are clearly masters of. And then a couple of names I don't recognize who must be local UK players. Excited to see how they do as well.
Yeah, we have Justin Lohr providing some commentary from the chat here. Old school board last game, new school this game. So presumably in future rounds we'll see the clash. Although Conrad is definitely bringing up the old school representation on this board. All right, let's dive in here. I'm going to switch the two of you. No, Jamal, you were on even numbers last time, so we'll stay this way. So Jamal, you get to kick us off here. Spring of 1901. Tell us what you see.
What do I see? I see not a whole lot interesting in the West. Pretty standard moves here. France is going to Burgundy. I suspect Germany knew about that because they're bouncing in Tyrolia instead of bouncing that out. So really the main interesting move here is the Austrian set of moves with Micah. So doing a bit of a rotate through. This is the I don't want to. Well, I've made agreements with everybody, and I don't want to break any of them. So Budapest to Serbia, Trieste to Albania, Vienna to Budapest. But David, I suspect, has broken a DMZ in 1901 and marched straight into Galicia. I can't see why Micah would have allowed for that. So yeah, maybe some early fireworks on the Austrian-Russian front, but not a lot to report here otherwise.
Yeah, this is a lot of really interesting things here. I think, the Tyrolia bounce between Germany and Italy is often a sign of them just not being on the same page. Often Germany gets wind of the fact that Austria is talking about opening to Tyrolia and says, I don't really want that. So moves there with no intention of getting in. Usually it's not a agreed upon bounce because both of them have better things to do than agree to that. So that's interesting and suggests at least early on they're not on the same page, but that's okay. They'll work it out.
All right, fall 1901, Jamal.
So yeah, Mike has done a very good job to either have set this up with David that it's okay and it's maybe a bit of false conflict, or have convinced David to do this. But David's gone into Romania from Galicia, so getting out of the way and not being threatening to Mike anymore. It looks like Chris Ward was out of the loop here with supporting Ukraine to Romania. So yeah, Chris thought David was going with him and getting into position against Micah. So this is excellent diplomacy by Micah here too, because then what that also does is allow Budapest to block Trieste, right? Which one of those things, and maybe it was agreed and she's changed her mind that she doesn't want to lose Trieste now, or maybe sniffed out that that Isaac was going to have a pot shot at it. So yeah, Micah doing the Micah magic and getting herself out of a jam here. And in the West, Conrad is committing and bouncing Marcus out of Holland, which it's always a very aggressive move. And I remember one game there was an England who bounced to Germany out of Holland, Brandon, and I don't think it worked out very well for either of them in the semi-final of the DBNI this year. So yeah, look, it's aggressive. It's pro France, and we'll see if Theo's really on board and is going to build those armies to make that worthwhile for Conrad.
Remind me who the aggressor was in that situation and who was the innocent victim.
Yeah, look, for viewers at home, don't try and play different style new shit on the DBNI. It's not the time to do it.
All right, and folks, that's as close as you're going to get to an apology from Jamal Bukhari. All right, Adam, over to you. What stands out to you in 1901?
Well, I mean, you have to point to the move that Jamal was just talking about, that a convoy from England to Holland with doing that while knowing that France is going to get 3 builds shows a lot of trust that you feel very solid and France is your ally, and also shows that you and Germany, like that's as close as you can get to shutting the door in Germany's face. I mean, of course, you're still going to be talking and still, have some diplomatic play, but that's a really harsh opening for Germany, only getting 1 build in this kind of situation. And they have a hard choice, right, with whether to build an army or fleet. The bright side for Conrad, even if it's a fleet, it's going in Berlin, so it's less immediately able to even do anything against you. So, this will be interesting to see how Marcus responds to this, and is he able to swap sides for somebody?
All right, let's have a look and see. And we do have a fleet in Berlin. So, it's Marcus definitely saying, I am going to fight you, Conrad, or do what I can anyway to fight you. And
Although if I'm Conrad, I don't like Theo's 2 fleets. That
No.
is not what I want to see there.
yeah, so moving on down into the southwest here, we have France building 2 fleets and an army. And it's definitely not 2 fleets. 2 fleets is not what you want to see if you're England, as our commentators.
And the Turkish army is also really interesting, right? Even if it's a strong sign that he wants to be working with the Italians, but it's often, even when Turkey is going to work with the Italians, they still want to get that first fleet out in 1901. So I'm curious to see how that works out for Wardy. Does that make an ally of him, or does that really just make himself a target?
Yeah, I think we wondered what the effect of that miscommunication about which unit was moving into Romania would be, and this is a clear indication of one consequence. All right, let's push forward here. One other thing to note is that Russia did put down a unit in St. Petersburg. Wasn't required, but they did, and it is an army, which is flexible, not declarative. Spring of 1902. Adam, over to you.
Yeah, so see, this is the bad news for Conrad. He clearly didn't have France on side to the extent that he expected. France moves to the Channel. Germany cuts the North Sea to force that out of bounds. Russia kicks him out of Norway. This is just all bad news for Conrad. He seems to have a 3-on-1 against him at this point in time. Elsewhere, the RT fight is on. We've got Smyrna going up to Armenia. We've got the Black Sea bouncing. But Russia seems to have gotten Austria on side. So Wardy does lose Bulgaria. It looks a lot like a AIR against Turkey. So we're seeing sort of 3 against Turkey, 3 against England. It seems to be, let's dig the witches out of the corner early in this game. But obviously, it's not only spring 1902, so things could change very quickly.
All right, let's have a look in the fall and see what happens. And we do have Italy joining in. Tell us about it, Adam.
Yeah, so this is clearly agreed upon AIR, with Italy getting the build from Trieste this turn, which really is basically Austria giving them Bulgaria, so to speak, right? So the build goes to Italy instead of Austria, which is typically what you have to do to keep Italy on side anyway. The deal's got to be that they put a fleet in Naples, so we'll be watching for that. If an army goes down, that certainly would change our impression of where this game is at. But these are very typical AIR types of moves. They basically had free reign to move into the Eastern Med and the Aegean because Wardy, built that army instead of the fleet, and they are taking advantage of that full on. The question will be is whether Russia can take any advantage of this, or is it going to really be all Austria and Italy getting the Turkish centers? Elsewhere on the board, Russia moves that army out to Finland to free up St. Petersburg. Could we be about to see a fleet north coast? I think it's likely. Well, what's going on there? It looks like Marcus took a pot shot at Sweden for some reason. That's really interesting. And
That's an arranged bounce.
It's an arranged. Yeah, but they didn't need to do that. Right?
They didn't need to, but it's a way to keep it. Yeah, if you're sure that England's not going to try and punish Russia and take back Norway, that's the way to protect everything, and protect against a kind of stab. It makes sense.
Oh goodness, I would rather more efficient fleet usage in the attack on the North Sea, personally. Oh, yeah. But you're absolutely right. I'm sure that's the rationale there. But it might have been interesting to see it had they actually been a little bit more trusting and been able to make that coordination. They would have maybe gained some tempo here. Elsewhere, we have France continuing to advance their fleets. They don't get into the English Channel, but they get into the Irish Sea. And then, some self bounces in Burgundy just to keep things honest. But this still looks like a witch hunt.
Jamal, over to you. What would you like to focus on from 1902?
I think I have to tip my hat to Marcus here. Marcus has done a really good job of, after getting bounced in Holland, being able to find a way back out, right? And I think this to me is a great example of the kind of the old principle that, everyone freaks out about 1901. Everyone thinks that your 1901 position is going to set your game, and it never does, right? 1902 is when you actually see what the real alliances are. So, in 1901, we had David in Galicia having broken a deal. We had Marcus getting bounced out of Holland. But actually, both of these players are totally fine here. And both of them are actually, in a decent enough position to be able to make gains and move forward with this game. And I see in the chat, Christopher Ward has just told us that Russia was trying to give England back Sweden.
I assume he means Norway, right?
Norway, yeah, right, yeah. Which is which makes that a much more interesting move then for Marcus to have worked that out and blocked that move. So I think Marcus is playing. Marcus has recently done a lot of streaming about 5D diplomacy. I think maybe he's trying to play some 5D diplomacy here. But he's doing a pretty good job of it and has a good relationship with Theo to go with it.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. That little bit of insight from Wardy is really interesting, because that completely changes the analysis of what just happened here, right? And really gives a lot of respect, as Jamal said, to Marcus sniffing that out.
And it also
doesn't necessarily bode well for the continued relationship between Russia and Germany, but that's something they are going to have to continue to talk through. And as long as, we'll see. If an army in Warsaw goes down, I wouldn't be happy about that. If I'm Marcus.
Or how about Fleet, St. Petersburg, South Coast?
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal either, for sure. I'm expecting North Coast, though. I think that's the best build for David. Actually, is flexible, because even if he's going to attack Germany, putting the fleet up there rather than telegraphing and stabbing with his builds, which is always something we talk about not being the great idea. I think it gives him more diplomatic room.
All right. Other question for me is: does Marcus put down another fleet here?
No.
The answer is yes. And Fleet South Coast St. Pete. So full
wow.
scale.
Okay, shows. Wow. Okay, it's on, I guess.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I suspect that David viewed the move to Sweden as a stab. Marcus probably viewed the move from Norway to Sweden as a stab, and they both showed what they thought of that. So, all right, we have two fleets around the Baltic Basin, which is awesome. And we have two new fleets, I should say. And Isaac Jukes in Italy puts down another fleet, which I think is probably what Micah wanted. Yeah. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1903. Jamal, back to you.
And it is gloves off in Scandinavia. So Denmark's going to Skagerrak. Helgoland's going to Denmark. The attack on England is over for Marcus. It's now all out against Russia. Which I think is boding amazingly for Theo, because Theo can just go to the North Atlantic Ocean. I'm just going to go take Liverpool here. Just look at me picking up centers while everyone else is off fighting each other. So suddenly Theo is in a very, very good position, able to protect Belgium as well from the English trying their darndest to find a way back into this game. In the East, Micah's doing the really efficient play here and getting into com with an army, which then helps unlock Smyrna for Isaac and everything else. And this is just very, very good airing. I think Micah in the East here is in a great position too, because the others are committed to have to keep going in order to properly break down Turkey, and so they can't really attack her.
How concerned do you think Micah should be about this one, Apulia moving to Venice?
I'm not too concerned if I'm Micah about it, because what's it gonna do? It's gonna maybe go to Tyrolia. You can block Vienna if you really think Isaac's gonna stab you here. And at the end of the day, I mean, this is the pro-air move, which is actually we want to be able to go to Tyrolia and Piedmont. We actually want to be able to form some kind of line here. So, Isaac is a nice guy. And if Isaac is telling the truth, which in my experience, Isaac often does, I think there's there's a legitimate way that this plays here that's not very anti-Micah. And I think Micah is pretty comfortable with the Isaac relationship here.
Do you like that better than just the traditional convoy to Syria from this position, though?
Not for Isaac. I think that's why I like it as Micah, because Isaac's committed to have to kind of commit the fleet to Smyrna or whatever else, and isn't actually able to very quickly make gains in Turkey. Like, what's worrying for Micah here is actually if Isaac manages to convoy to Syria and wrap around and pick up Ankara and Smyrna and then have play on Con. So this is actually Isaac slowing themselves down in the east for no real reason that I can see than other to get west quickly.
Yeah. All right. By the way, I noticed this from the chat, the comments. Marcus is watching and said that his intel was that England and Russia had planned this, and so he was thwarting. So clearly, clearly a betrayal followed by a total breakdown in communications, and that's what we're here for. Fall of 1903, Jamal.
Well, they managed to get it back together. So that they agree on the détente, and Bosnia is back into Sweden, Baltics into Denmark, and now Marcus is taking the North Sea, which I think makes sense, right? I think this makes sense because neither of them are getting anywhere, right? Neither of them have the armies to actually crack the other on the land, and so this is all just going to lock up quickly. So this is again really good play by both Marcus and David to recognize that and come to an agreement to demilitarize pretty quickly. So good on them. Bad for Conrad. Conrad's lost Liverpool to an army, which is lights out, and also lost the North Sea here. So unfortunately, Conrad is a sailor, and so Conrad is used to sailing off into the sunset. So we'll see how Conrad chooses to sail off into the sunset here. And yeah, Micah and Isaac, I think, was mentioned by Justin. Micah and Isaac doing Micah and Isaac things. So Greece looks agreed. Albania looks like let me get away from Vienna, so I'm not scaring you, and everything's Piedmont, Tyrrhenian Sea, things are going west now. So Isaac is committing against Theo, which probably needs to happen if this Eastern Alliance is going to work. Theo's getting a build here, which is unfortunate for Isaac, but I get it. And yeah, I mean, this is the Jade Buddha Peace Prize going to Micah here because what's she done? Pretty much all hold.
But why not take Smyrna? That's the question in my mind. Smyrna's guaranteed here.
So what is posted in the chat that he asked AI to leave him with Smyrna to help them work against Russia. So I guess if you want to take that deal, and if you're Micah, why do you need Smyrna this quickly, right? Like at the end of the day, you can take it all whenever you want. There's no rush on it. And actually getting Isaac to move his fleets west now makes more sense for the long-term play, I guess.
I guess if you're going to do that though, why are you not taking Romania right here? I mean, if your plan is to use Turkey to help you against Russia, Romania is there, right? Because Sev is cut, you've got 3 on it. You can force it here, right? And then Micah can get that build and get up into Galicia and all that. So I don't know.
If you take Romania here, though, Germany's getting Warsaw and Moscow, right? Like I think Micah's planning to peace out for 3 years here and let Russia and Germany entangle up the north. Let everyone else go off and send units away from you. I think she's still in a position where there are maybe too many armies surrounding her in the Balkans. So she wants people to move before she makes a move against them.
And maybe get all the Turkish.
I don't disagree with that. I think the other concern I have is why Albania instead of Tyrolia for that Italian army. Albania really puts it in the wrong direction. I mean, I think it's actually in many ways worse than holding because it just doesn't advance the position. It just puts the unit further behind the lines where it doesn't need to be, and it puts it further. It puts it further away from Piedmont, further away from Tyrolia.
That's a very, very good point, Adam. And I think I initially read that as a pro Micah, let's get away from Vienna move. But I agree with you. I mean, that does feel like it's in the wrong direction. And yeah, I mean, go to Venice, right? If you
even Venice, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
All right. So then the questions in the air for the East are: is Isaac actually going against Austria here? Is Austria, or is this inefficient alliance play? Or is Micah maybe playing it too safe or conservative, or lying like a fox in wait for units to move out so that she can have the spoils of the Turkish and other centers around there? Good storyline to keep an eye on as we move forward. Winter 1903 finds Conrad giving up on the one army and keeping the 2 fleets. We do have 2. So this is the game of a sort of dual fleets appearing in the same basin at the same time. This time it's the Western Mediterranean, where we find new fleets in Marseille and Rome. So that build is certainly AI friendly from Isaac, and so the suggestion there that does lean us, I think, towards the inefficient AI play. Although possibly Isaac is also playing Fox-like here and keeping a unit down there.
It's going there so it can go and fill in Greece with the army, and the Greece can then move out.
Yeah. All right. And then Christopher Ward loses that army in Smyrna. So fascinating. So Smyrna is actually there for Maiko whenever she wants it, as long as that fleet stays there. All right. Let's push forward here. Spring of 1904. This is down to you, Adam.
All right. So France is turning around. Oh, oof. France is turning around and, did not have anything to backfill Marseille here. And actually, really, Isaac has no reason not to move to Marseille here. So you really just can't do that. That's going to be fairly, I mean, it's okay. You can kick them out, but it is pretty annoying to now have to use both armies in mid-Atlantic to Spain. So you're basically giving up Western.
Leon can go to Spain.
It's not now that I'm thinking about it, it's less bad than I think, because you're out in Lyon, so you can still potentially bounce Western Med and cover everything else. It's actually not that bad. So I guess it's okay to lose it, because you're gonna kick them out with the 2 armies. You can move mid-Atlantic to Spain, and Lyon can bounce Western Med. Though you're taking a guess, and Tyrrhenian Sea might slip into Lyon here, which wouldn't be great, but it's not the end of the world. Interestingly, that Marcus is perfectly good with France taking Eddie here. Probably not going to get anything out of England, but it sort of makes sense because they do probably want France to be able to hold the line in the south, and they can get some Scandinavian centers as they. I guess this is probably some kind of broken agreement with Russia. But the downside here is it looks like they were successful in moving from Sweden to Norway, right? So could this have even been agreed, do you think, Jamal?
It could have been agreed. You could be trying to put Russia into Eddie here. Or the other thing is that actually you're holding North Sea to let Sweden go to Norway, so that Sweden can't retreat to Baltic if you're popping it. So again, it could be agreed, or it could be more 5D chess or 5D diplomacy from Marcus.
Yeah. And it looks like Austria and Russia are now trying to start sending units up towards the line, with that Romania to Galicia, Budapest to Vienna. And again, this gets to my earlier point about that Italian army really should be up in Tyrolia now, not down in Greece. But that is definitely, paranoid play, not alliance play, I guess, which, may work out okay.
Well, it could be alliance play, but it could be for the secret central triple, right? So, like, if you notice here that they're going against the West, but they're not going against Germany, right?
Yeah.
It's a very clear not going against Germany, and I think maybe there could be a Marcus, Micah, Isaac thing that's going on in the background here that's being a bit hidden. And, Micah and Isaac are happy to convince David that this is absolutely an error and we have to go west here. And yeah, you should absolutely go after Germany and send everything west, but just conveniently not providing enough help for him to make any progress there, which gives them time to take the Turkish centers and, make progress elsewhere. And yeah, it could be some secret witches, some secret witches brew in the background.
Marcus strikes me as a very accomplished conspirator. So I think I think he's somebody who would relish sort of a secret agreement like that with a sort of timer on it to be exposed in the future. We do have this from that one and only Marcus. Russia told me that if I took Sweden here, he'd throw to Austria. I figured I'd test whether that was a real threat or not. So now Marcus playing the scientist, and let's find out what the experiment shows. Adam, this is still you.
Yeah, so Michael holds in Smyrna, leaves Wardy with 1 unit, but clearly Wardy not thrilled with that. Doesn't go to the Black Sea this time. Well, Micah did not immediately attack the Russian. They move up to Bohemia. Not quite sure. The Silesia to Berlin thing is throwing somebody a bone. I'm not quite sure who. But there's not a lot of reason to be doing that unless, other than as a diplomatic move, to try to get somebody on side. I guess it's probably Russia. Well, I don't think it's Russia. I think he's probably burned that bridge. So maybe it's Micah. I'm not sure. Meanwhile, France makes all the right moves to defend Marseille, but in the process loses Belgium, doesn't cover Belgium and loses that to the English. Nice play by Conrad there. And what else is happening in the north? Russia's trying to retake Sweden unsuccessfully.
Yeah, Jamal, this was a very active year in this game. This, to me, kind of highlights one of the beautiful things about diplomacy is just how complex it can get, especially in the mid game like this. You gave us some insights in spring. Is there anything that you want to focus on here?
Look, I think this turn Micah is trying to be a little too clever. So trying to keep up this relationship with Wardy whilst also having taken Smyrna, which Wardy's clearly not happy about. I mean, you just take Ankara here. Like you just she's held both Con and Smyrna. She could have taken Ankara with Con and picked up the second build, which I think you probably need in this situation. And if you're not going to do this, if you are actually still working with Wardy and against Russia, then just walk into Romania. Like you kind of trying to keep everyone on side and keep everyone being friends with you, whilst not actually getting much of the benefit from everyone being friends with you. So yeah, I mean, I guess Wardy's still tapping Sev, which is still good, but I mean, if I'm David, I don't mind that at this point because now I'm in Black Sea. So yeah, it feels a little bit too clever. And speaking of too clever, I think Marcus is also trying to be too clever here, going Silesia to Berlin. And yes, he's picking up Sweden. Yes, he can build Munich and kind of lock that a little bit, but he's let the East get into a position where suddenly, whereas before he was probably winning that war, now he's definitely at best defending a line.
So with Micah, would there be any concern on your part about sort of getting too big too quickly? Because that is something that players often worry about.
I mean, that's a concern if people can punish it. If you're Micah here and you take Ankara and Smyrna and you build Vienna and Budapest, what's anyone going to do?
All right, let's find out what happens here. Winter 1904, we've got new armies. It's kind of nice. We're getting these builds sort of in pairs across the across fault lines. This time it's armies in Munich and Vienna as opposed to fleets across a basin. Let's see, Russia has to disband, and that is in Galicia. So that's interesting. All right, let's push forward here. Spring of 1905. Jamal, you are on the play-by-play.
Yeah, so that build shows that Micah knows more than me, and Micah is reaping the rewards of being everyone's friend, with the disbanding Galicia, removing any kind of threat that Russia had to her, and now they're moving to Tyrolia, they're going to Silesia, and they're really forming the line here. And yeah, the East looks like it's actually really making a lot of the progress, and she didn't take Ankara because Ankara is promised to Russia. So you put the Russian into Ankara, so that's their build. So yeah, this is actually Micah just doing really, really solid alliance play and solid alliance management. So really impressive. This is Micah at her best, I think. The Italian is making progress, gotten into West, gotten into Lyon. Yeah, I mean, Conrad's finally getting sailing off into their sunset, losing Belgium and London, and I don't think they can take any of it back. Which is a bit sad for him, but thank you for playing, Conrad.
There's Brest. Just pointing out, Brest is at least open.
Coverable, yeah.
I'm wondering, are we jumping to the line too early in this game? I mean, we have an AIR that's been running and an FG that's been running, and I worry a little bit that this charging to the line at this stage of the game before really, I guess we're about to resolve the two witches out of the game, but I worry that the fact that we're already have so many units up there is going to make the opportunities for either side to make a move and change up their alliance structure. It makes it very hard to do that once all of the units are positioned in the middle of the board, right? I mean, it's not that it can't happen, but I do worry that it sort of creates this self-fulfilling prophecy of a game that just gets locked up in 1905, 1906, instead of allowing some opportunity for that. And I think that's that's goes to the kind of play that Mike is doing here, which is really keep my allies happy, help them grow. I'm not too worried about getting too big myself. I'd be curious to see where it goes, and because I don't see the line itself getting pushed through by either side.
I think you're absolutely right, Adam. And I think this is potentially going to be very slow for everyone on the board, except for one person. Micah has the ability to break that whenever she wants. So if I'm Micah here, I'm just sitting here until 1908 and then taking 3 centers in the last turn. Because Trieste is walk-inable, Venice is probably walk-inable because Italy's not going to cover that when you're in Tyrolia. And if you want to go the other way, Romania and Ankara are takeable. So I mean, you're absolutely correct for everyone except for Micah, who's, I think, very, very happy with this kind of very locked up line position.
If they can keep the game going that long, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's push forward and see. Fall of 1905. And Jamal, we're still on you.
Yeah, so Micah's taking Rum, but I suspect that's agreed because Russia's taking Ankara and they're putting Russia into Munich. Yeah, France, I guess, prioritizes defending Marseille over defending Munich, which is fine, but now suddenly the line's not there anymore in the same way. So yeah, that is it's hard for Marcus. I was singing Marcus's praises earlier, but now Marcus is in a bit of a tough spot. But they're getting Belgium at least, so they're not going down. Wardy is out of the game. Thank you for playing, Wardy. Great to have you here. And the sailor Conrad Woodring finds a lifeline and a life buoy in Norwegian Sea, helping him into Edinburgh. So lives to fight another day over there.
It's hilarious. I'll note Marcus disbanding Munich rather than retreating it to Kiel, opening up the enticing possibility that it will be rebuilt as a fleet. Adam, what stands out to you here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I spoke too quickly about the board being locked up. I guess there weren't enough units for Marcus to hold everything. So I don't, again, I don't know that they get past Munich, though. Munich getting taken out is a big deal, right? Because now Burgundy can be cut. There's no army in Gascony, so maybe the AR can push on this board. So let's see. I may have spoken too soon.
And France is not getting a build here.
Right.
They're even. So, all right, let's move forward now. Winter of 1905 sees 2 new armies, this time not on opposing sides. These are apparently allies, I will say. And we have a new army. We do get that rebuild in Kiel. So Marcus just wanted to be able to write an order for winter of 1905. And we do say au revoir to that fleet, the Turkish fleet, which finally made it into the Black Sea. Only to be put out of commission.
How do we all feel about the Russian build? Wouldn't we have liked to see a fleet St. Pete South Coast right here?
What do you think, Jamal?
Yeah, I think you're right, Adam. I think St. Pete South Coast is more efficient. I think this is the nice little hedge bet by David going, I'm still building for the alliance. I'm still going to march over to Silesia and Prussia, but just don't even think about it, Micah.
No, it's a horrifying build to make if you're Russia, and then you have one army that's sitting in 7, nothing else anywhere in Russia. Maybe you're making yourself way too tempting at that point. So I think you're absolutely right. But man, it would have been interesting from the perspective of pushing on the other side of the board to see that fleet South Coast.
Yeah, my suspicion, just to add this, is that David is comfortable with the current stalemate in the north, and sees that Berlin might be available. But then, if he gets another build, if Micah helps and allows it, I would want to see a fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. All right, spring of 1906. Adam, down to you. I spoke too soon, eh?
What is going on here? So they take Spain, which makes sense, I suppose. But what is Marcus doing? Why is he going to Holland here?
Why is Sweden? How does it get taken?
And how did Sweden get taken?
So it looks like there's just support Sweden. So
I'm sorry, Sweden moves to Norway
Oh,
That's
this is a
why.
it's a miss. Or it was a miss. Or it was a mistake. It was clearly a mistake because or Skag was supposed to support him to Norway. Maybe Skag was the misorder.
Well, it was a mistake, or it was actually you think you have an agreement with Russia, right? You're self-bouncing in Norway, so you're not actually taking it.
I see.
Maybe you're rotating your armies around to actually get position against France. All right, so you're supposed to support it. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, Skag seemed to be. Yeah. I see. And then he destroys the army rather than retreating to Baltic or Bothnia. It's kind of interesting. That's also kind of interesting, but because it is a spring turn, so I'm surprised that he wouldn't keep that unit on the board. But
I mean, this is the problem with playing 5D multiple timeline diplomacy. Is sometimes you get lost in the wrong timeline, and you think you're actually playing on a different timeline when you're actually playing in this timeline, and Russia is actually attacking you. So Marcus, sometimes it is good to be on one timeline only and stick with this one. But yeah, this is an unfortunate turn.
I don't understand the move to Holland at all, though. That's puzzling to me, but I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Yeah, and the disbanding of Sweden is weird too, because you could have a clear use for Baltic here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get it's probably, it may not be able to be cut. So yeah, I think you definitely want to be in Baltic.
Maybe Marcus was anticipating Warsaw to Prussia and the Austrian armies flipping up, so that he was going to have 4. And wanted to make sure that the army in Berlin didn't get popped, so it had a place to retreat. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Anyway, take us around the rest of the board, if you would, Adam.
Yeah, so we mentioned. I mean, the East. The AIR are playing completely nice, right? I mean, there's nothing happening in the Turkey, Balkan, Austria area, which is wonderful for Micah, right? I mean, she's gotten all enemy units out of the way except that that Italian army in Greece. And this is always the thing you have to watch out for with these perpetual agreed upon bounces. Somebody doing funny business at some point, but it's really hard to not like where she's at.
Yeah, I want to move on to the fall, but it's hard for me not to notice that those armies in Constantinople and Smyrna didn't go anywhere. They're still there. I think if you're Russia, don't you want those armies moving away?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to keep the army in Smyrna, right? I mean, you can keep an army in Khan if you need to, but that could have marched up to Bulgaria and then get something out of there. So I agree.
All right, real quick, more intel from our in the game reporter. Kiel Berlin here is because AAR said they just wanted to end the game tied at 7, so I asked them to take Berlin and have Austria take Munich if they really wanted it to end that way. So Marcus playing for the end of the game. Let's see if they meant that. Yeah, wow, lots of action here. And Adam, back to you.
Yeah. So it looks like France is giving Marcus Eddie. So that's maybe why that makes the move to Holland. Otherwise, I mean, if that's Marcus's explanation, if these moves certainly are consistent with that, there's just not a lot happening elsewhere. Italy's making a play for Mid-Atlantic, which and takes it, which certainly may change anyone's opinion on whether to do that or not. And Conrad lands in Brest, so Conrad continues to fight another day. I'm going to be surprised if a draw happens here now that Italy's in Mid-Atlantic, but maybe the 7-7-7 peaceful ending is okay with everyone, but I'm going to be surprised, honestly.
Well, it wouldn't be 7-7-7; it would be 8-8-7 Austria.
8-8-7. Yeah, well, I can't see Isaac accepting that given this position.
Jamal,
I mean, when a Fogel is on offer, why would you ever deny a Fogel?
Right? Yeah, that's right.
The Fogels are undeniable. You're right; cannot be contained. Maybe that's not what you meant. You meant something else. Jamal, who would you want to be on this board right now?
Micah. I mean, you're in the big alliance. You are part of what is probably marching towards an agreed end state. And if anyone has any funny business, you've got all the play to make that, to make them pay for it. So yeah.
Can you top this board alone?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the scenario in which that happens? We'll focus on Micah here.
So if I'm Micah and I really, really want to top this board alone, I am beginning to, from this position, feed my allies the centers. So if you put Russia into Kiel, you're encouraging Isaac to take all of the the French centers. And you feed them centers if they're kind enough to let you take something from behind to keep you even. That's great. And if they're not, then you wait for the time when they've just stretched out a little too far, and then you stab from behind, and they're suddenly Italy is just France and not Italy anymore.
Adam, how would you do it if you were Russia or Italy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned if I'm Russia because I'm a little bit spread out at this point, right? So I need to get some more armies into the middle of the board. I need to figure out a way to trade Ankara for an Austrian center, right? And I need to make that pitch to Micah that, hey, you need to take Ankara. I need to hold up that fleet in Norway, in Romania or something like that, right? So that I'm in a more holdable position, and I need to start putting some armies in the middle of the board where I can ultimately use them and discourage Micah from doing what Jamal just described, or at least with me being the victim of that. And I also need to start having these conversations with Isaac about him putting armies down and making sure he's not leaving himself completely vulnerable in the end of the game. I think it's about talking through that wintergreen and really getting Isaac and I on the same page, so that I'm in the position to make the move. But I've got to get myself into a position that's less vulnerable than where I am now if I'm Russia.
All right, well, let's see the builds. We've got 3 new armies, 1, 2, 3, right across right behind.
Right. And I'm not going to do that by then moving more sort of Prussia right here and doing all of those things. That's not going to be helping, right?
All right, let's see if any of these 3 players who are now clearly in the dominant alliance on the board, whether any of the 3 of them angle for a better result than a 3-way shared board top. Spring of 1907, Jamal, we are back to you.
So I don't think Isaac is angling for a stab here, but I think Isaac is making sure that he's going to still be Italy and not France. So, just going to Trieste, just going to cover that. And now we can bounce in Budapest or Serbia or wherever you want. That's fine. So yeah, Isaac is doing the clever play here to make sure he's not the odd one out, as is Russia, actually. David doing exactly what Adam suggested, going to Ukraine. Again, it's not harmful. It's not going to hurt anyone. It's just alliance hygiene. It's just, now we can force Micah to bounce in Sev or whatever else. And, there's other things to do here. So I think the East is doing a really good job of doing alliance hygiene. And I assume what was demanded by David here is Micah's getting Kiel. Right. So you're doing the opposite of what I was suggesting Micah wants to do, which is to push David into Kiel. Well, actually, no, you want to give Micah Kiel here. So then she has to be the one stretching out a little bit and is in the slightly more vulnerable position. So this is really, really good play by the 2 slightly less dominant players in that alliance to even this up positionally, even if the center count is still pretty close. Other than that, I think the East have just seen it coming and are just playing to go through to the end. These orders could be being read within 5 minutes here. I'm not sure what the on the board state is, but I think it's rapidly coming to some agreement.
I will say I'm going to shed a tear for the loss of the guaranteed taking of all of the Turkish centers by Austria, because Austria getting a fleet into the Black Sea it's so delightful. And that's not going to happen now. So I just want to shed a tear for that scenario. Fall of 1907. Take us through it, Jamal.
Johnny in the chat pointed out that Isaac could have 3 here, which is true, but he chooses not to, and he chooses to, pull back to Venice. Okay, fine. Still on the alliance, but yeah, the fleets are coming back. This is lockdown. Lockdown safe play by Isaac, which is just very clever and just making sure that he's not going to be cut out of this game. David as well, pulling back to Moscow. We're all fine here. And yet Micah's the one that has to keep pushing through to Ruhr. And, it sounds weird to be talking about how Micah getting a center in Kiel is actually bad for her position, but it really is, right? And this is one of those situations where a lot of the times you want your allies to get centers and not you. So Micah's... I think Micah is nice enough to probably wish she wasn't going to stab anyway, so she doesn't mind doing it this way. But now the stab is really off the table, and France is vacating. France has decided that this is the UK National Championships. I want to go be the UK. So this is the Brexit in strategy from France.
And so Marcus taking Sweden means that the center count looks like this. It's 9-9 to Austria and Italy, and Russia has dropped back here. Adam, where should this game go from here? What do you want to see happen?
What do I want to see happen? I think that they're going to get this to a nice resolution. I think probably David's going to recognize that he's third fiddle for the group and probably could do worse than that. And I think it's going to resolve pretty soon, but maybe these guys still want to push. I don't know. But I think at this point it might resolve quickly with Austria and Italy sharing the top.
All right. Let's find out some builds here. We've got two more armies and a fleet. So Isaac's in really not bad position here, is he? To do something interesting if he wants to. Let's find out. And nope.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So neither of you guys are surprised. Is there an argument to be made here that, and let's look at the scores here and remember that Dan posted 135 with a 10-8 board top. And now Micah and Isaac are both posting 90 here.
I think part of the psychology here is for both Austria and Russia is what is my confidence that I can get a better result versus it being a worse result, right? And I think both of them are looking at this and saying, we could keep playing, but it's probably equal likelihood that I have a better result versus I have a worse result. And I'm not comfortable with this. And this is a good enough result for me for the first round. And I think that there's probably a little bit of that going on right now. Just thinking about having been in myself in this position where I'm saying, yeah, my position's not bad. I might be able to get the upper hand here. But then again, they might be able to get the upper hand and my result's going to be a lot worse. So I'm going to take this and roll with it.
And in a tournament that only has 2 boards per round, you're going to be playing the same players again at some point, right? And to try and force a better result here would be to spend so much diplomatic capital that you've built this game that it has to be really, really worth it. And I don't think there's not a 14 center top on this board for anybody. So I just don't think it's worth it to break that relationship in round 1. When odds on is you're going to be sitting next to these people at another point in this tournament. So why would you do it?
This is a long-standing debate, certainly among broadcasters, but I think in people in the hobby in general, that there's always this tension between, especially in the first round of tournaments, between setting a sort of stage, setting a board reputation, developing relationships, you called it relationship capital, versus going for a score. And it's an interesting question for me about how the size of the tournament should affect that calculus. And you've, I think, both made the argument here that maybe it doesn't affect it that much, and that relationship capital is worth quite a bit in the first round.
I mean, I don't fully agree. I mean, I partly agree with that. I don't fully agree with that. I think the point is, if you have a lot of confidence that you can get a much better result, I think you go for it. I think the issue really is that neither of them is looking at that position. And I'm looking at that position, completely objectively, but also if I'm thinking about it through the eyes of either Austria or Italy, I'm not confident that I can get a better result. So based on that, I don't want to risk screwing up the relationship. Now, if I look at that position and I said, I can move with impunity, play another year or two, and have 11 centers to their 9, and that's going to propel me into a much better play in this tournament, I'm going to go for it. That's my perspective, at least. I think, so I think the relationship thing is important when you're not sure, but if you're sure, you take it if it's there.
Yeah, you're making a nice point that it's not so simple as, do I go for it or do I not? Does the tournament structure, force me to do one thing or the other? That actually, a lot of it has to do with what the exact situation here is and what the for people who like to estimate probabilities, right? What are the chances that some strategies are going to succeed? What is my expectation value for each, to get a little scientific for each option? And what's interesting too, there's a psychological component to that too, because a lot of that has to do with your estimation of your own abilities, right? And that has to do with your experience level and just how much confidence you have in yourself. And maybe I think the thing that I worry about for players, this was something I talked a lot about in the beginning of DBN. I haven't talked about a whole lot recently, but I'll go back to it here. Is that I do think players a lot of times make decisions out of fear. And that's something that newer players especially often lack, although not always, because some players have confidence in spades right from the outset, and I'm always impressed by that. But self-belief is just something that some people have to develop over time. And a lot of times it's just a matter of choosing to believe that you can do it, that you're worth taking a risk for.
And just to rip off that, how that would have played in this game potentially as well is I remember at WDC this year, Micah, who came 8th in the world at WDC, kept saying, oh, I just got lucky. I just got lucky. I was just really lucky. It's like, Micah, that you're not lucky. You're good. This is what this is, right? Like, you keep getting results. You are a good player. You're not lucky. But if she still has that mentality where she thinks it's luck, where she doesn't have that confidence, she might not be willing to just go for it in this kind of situation, which, I think she got herself out of a position where she could, but there was a time there where she could have just gone for it. And if you still are sitting around thinking, oh, I'm getting 9 centers, I'm pretty lucky, that's different to having the confidence to go, no, I got 14, 15 here.
Yeah, what you'll find as that confidence grows is that you start seeing the opportunities that are there that you just weren't even seeing before because you weren't thinking to look for them. All right, so that's our confidence boost pep talk for the moment. Let's bring Johnny back on to the set here. Welcome back, Johnny. And let's have a quick look at the standings after round 1 here. And there we go. They find Dan Lester, not surprisingly, in first place here with that big score of 135. Isaac Jukes, Micah Blom tied at 90. So there's already a bit of a gap here now between first and second. Not surprising given, how we've seen how the scoring system works and the fact that there are only 2 games. And then, we've got lots of other good names here to keep an eye on. So, all right, let's whose turn is it? It's now Jamal's turn for a break. So go take a nap. We'll see you in 30-ish minutes. And let's hop on over to round 2 here. And round 2, board 1, named after the Smiths, a band I do know. Thank you, Bradley. Austria is played by Ian Wilson out of Swindon in the UK. In England, we have Theo Fox out of Liverpool. France, Conrad Woodring, staying in the West now for the second game out of London. Germany is Micah Blom, who was just the subject of our conversation. Italy, Richard Ward, who is, in fact, Christopher Ward's brother, playing face-to-face for the first time, has played some online games, but this is the first in-person face-to-face game. Chris has been working on him for a while and finally succeeded. Russia is played by Phil Johns out of Birmingham. And in Turkey, we have Klaas de Graaf. I have gotten some intel from Mr. Christopher Ward that we believe the correct pronunciation is class. So like the word class, but with a bit of a longer A, so class. I hope I'm saying that right, at least as well as I can. Out of Alkmaar in the Netherlands. All right, let's dive right into this game. And Adam, take us through spring of 1901.
Sure. In the West, we have a demilitarized English channel, and England opening up to with the army to Edinburgh, showing trust to France there. France makes, I think this is a pretty common old school French opening, going to Picardy in Spain and mid-Atlantic. Italy makes a army move to Apulia out to the Ionian Sea, setting up to potentially convoy that army to Tunis. Old school Turkish opening, Khan to Bol, Smyrna to Khan, leaving that fleet in Ankara with the bounce to Sev, bounce in Galicia. Really a very traditional set of openings here. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary or overly aggressive.
And let's move into the fall then. Fall of 1901. Take us through.
Okay. Yeah, so in the East, we see Turkey following into the Black Sea, which is normally what we do see with this kind of opening. And they also move Bulgaria to Romania, which is forcing Russia to either bounce the Black Sea and not get Romania, or allow Turkey into the Black Sea. And Russia does indeed support themselves in here. So Turkey sets up with the Black Sea. This is not exactly anti-RT, but it's not exactly RT either, right? If it's an RT, it's an RT with Turkey having a little bit of a positional edge here. And this is very kind of traditional opening for Turkey that we don't actually see that much anymore. Austria bounces Galicia again with the Russians. Russia taking Sweden without any any aggressive without getting bounced by the Germans, while the English make the aggressive move up north by going into the Barents Sea and convoying into Norway. Very interesting move by Conrad in France, moving mid-Atlantic to Irish Sea, which is certainly going to change the English players' plans, who thought that they had this free ride up in the north. So that will be interesting to see how the rest of the board reacts to that, and if it affects the builds in any way.
Conrad saying, I was England and everyone hated me, so I'm going to return the favor. Johnny, what do you think of that?
I think one thing to note is we're watching the UK National Championships. So this is now the third board in a row where we've seen France and Germany killing England. So I hope that continues and that England is eliminated in all their games this weekend. I think that'd be great. I'm interested in this opening for France. You very rarely see this as an early attack on England. You almost always see France's go take the other Iberian dot instead. So maybe this works really well for Conrad and it sort of becomes something that we see in the meta. That fleet feels really isolated, but you can build a fleet in Brest and follow it up. So maybe it'll work out. I really don't like this opening from England. I think Norwegian to Barents is really suspect almost every time. So I think that's going to hurt them. And looks good for Wardy the second so far. Got Class going the other way. So see what he can make of it.
Wardy 2, Wardy part 2. All right, let's move forward here. Winter 1901. The most surprising build on the board, Fleet Brest. That is sarcasm. Let's do Micah Blom puts down, this may be a bit of a surprise actually, Army Munich. What is that a surprise for either of you? If you're, if you're France and you're expecting a strong EG here, a strong FG, that wouldn't bother you?
I think, I think it's 6 one way, half a dozen the other, right? I mean, I think the reality is putting it in Berlin is, maybe looks aggressive towards the Russian, and you don't want to be offending the Russian in this position. So, I mean, you've got to put it somewhere. I don't see this as being a big deal.
I mean, the interesting thing here is that you know what Army Portugal is going to do here, right? Like it's nowhere near the theater. So if you want to take Belgium and Burgundy, you can do it. That option is there for you if you want it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Well, Johnny will tell us if Micah takes that option. The answer is no.
No, Micah's playing nice here. She's positioning to get the North Sea, which she probably will. It's fine for Conrad to be in Burgundy here. Totally, this is fine alliance. The fleet into Wales is interesting. Not the move I would have expected, but it could work. And he'll get the pickup in Spain anyway, so it's okay. It's not my favorite FG setup I've ever seen, but it's okay. And then in the East, we've just got super standard Lepanto stuff from Wardy 2. Super Eddie Bresson old school. And looks like it's going to be an air against Klaus, which is one of the reasons that this traditional Turkish opening is terrible, and you shouldn't do it.
All right, let's push forward into fall of 1902 then. Yeah.
Down goes Bulgaria to the Austrian, as expected. Wardy 2 should have taken the convoy into Syria. Didn't do it. Tried to get sneaky here. So that's too bad. But he also went to Piedmont. That's nice. And then in the West, England is losing Norway. England is losing North Sea. So England will go down again, as hopefully will be the theme of the tournament. And defending in the homeland, Wales gets kicked back out to Irish. So this is kind of slow from France.
Having trouble understanding why. English Channel supported Wales to London, and it looks like Wales went to London.
North cut the channel.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's good tactics from Theo here.
Oh, good. So so London was actually invulnerable here. Wales and English Channel were both being attacked.
It was the right move to protect both.
Yeah.
London, protect London.
That's funny. I saw that error there, and I thought the army was moving to London as a joke or something, which makes no sense. All right.
I think another interesting move that we haven't talked about is Venice to Piedmont.
Right.
Is that going to precipitate a Fleet Marseille build? I think almost for sure. No,
I wouldn't. As France, I'd still build the fleet in Brest because Spain could just tap Marseille till the cows come home. I mean, that's fine.
I'm not sure you need the other fleet in the north right now, though.
We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. So the interesting question whether because Johnny, you did mention that move to Piedmont, but didn't think it was an issue, and you're sticking to that. So as we move forward, we'll keep an eye on that. As for the builds, we do get a fleet in Brest. So for the moment, Conrad agrees with Johnny. Yeah. And Phil Johns in Russia puts down Army Warsaw. And Class says overall that fleet in Gian.
And let's not forget Austria, I think, is playing short, right? Because they ended up having all their units in home centers, which is kind of interesting.
Which wasn't necessary, right?
Necessary. I guess they didn't want to move out of Trieste. I don't know why they needed to support Budapest. They could have done, slid everything down with a Congo. They could have done a Congo line following Serbia and left Vienna open. So.
Yeah, this is just a mistake on Ian's part. Yeah. Okay, so winter 1902. Let's move into the spring. And Adam, we are back to you.
Boom! We're going up to Tyrolean Bohemia really early. This is very early for Austria to be making that particular move, but they do find Munich hanging in the breeze, potentially with Burgundy behind it to support it, but certainly no German units right behind it. So that's really interesting. Germany does successfully convoys into Yorkshire. Which is not good news for Theo. And France advances all of their fleets up into NAO Irish. So I think that there's almost no way Theo doesn't lose at least one this year. And you've also now got Russia getting in on the action up in Norwegian and Norway. So what will be interesting is to see how that three-way dynamic between France, Germany, and Russia plays out, and seeing who supports who where in the fall is really going to give us a hint of where this game might go, right? Is it going to be a long-term FG, or is somebody helping Russia get involved in this little mess? In the East, Turkey is trying to reposition themselves and throw a little bit of a bone to Russia. So we'll see if that pays off for Class.
Johnny, what do you make of Richard's repositioning here? It strikes me as a sort of the most interesting thing that happens here. Can you speculate on what might have motivated it, and what do you think about it?
Yeah, I wonder whether Conrad didn't get all up in his face about Piedmont, and sort of Richard thought that the war had already started, and so he needed to get out ahead of it. That's almost the only reason I can see for this. I would almost never do this as Italy. Turkey's not dead yet. It's too soon. You haven't gotten anything out of any move you've made the whole game yet. I really wouldn't have done this. I don't like it personally.
Yeah, it's almost a masterclass for how to get into trouble with Italy, because this back and forth type of play with Italy is really problematic, because your two fronts in Turkey and France are so far apart from one another. You want the units that are charging France to be coming from builds and eventually maybe turning things around, but you can't just pull everything back and basically say, what is my fifth dot here, Italy? Italy, what is your fifth dot going to be? It's probably not going to be Marseille or Spain, because because France is going to get a build this year from Liverpool, right? So what is it going to be?
Yep.
All right. So Wardy 2, yes, Johnny?
I was just going to say Warsaw Hold is the other fascinating move on this board. Instead of Warsaw to Silesia.
Yeah. Go for
it. If I'm Austria, I never do this unless I think Warsaw's going to Silesia.
Yeah, that's a great point.
All right, cool. Let's keep an eye on it. Fall of 1903. Adam, tell us what you see.
Wow. So, Italy convoys into Greece, which is great for them and kind of not great for Austria. If you're Austrian, you're going to agree to this. You want Italy putting a fleet there, not an army, right? So it's just so dangerous for you to allow Italy to make that move. But good job by Richard to get himself into that position. Of course, he's still pretty spread out now with fleet in Western Med, army in Piedmont, and then other things going in the opposite direction. So we'll see how that plays out. Up in the north, it actually looks like Norwegian is actually supporting Edinburgh. So it looks like the Russians have decided they're worried about the Germans, rightfully so. They have to protect Sweden here. And so a lot of bouncing, but good news for France, who takes London. Oh, it looks like it's actually Germany taking Liverpool, not France. So they're each getting one. Okay.
Yeah, it's nice tactics.
I think these are good tactics for France and Germany. I think these moves were all guaranteed. regardless of what Russia did, because North Sea is not a necessary support. It's just a convoying unit. So I think this was really smart moves.
North Atlantic could have been tapped by a Norwegian sea.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But it was a good bet that this might work. It's nice tactics though, right? Because it frees up Irish Sea to go to
and Irish Sea can cover the north of the MAO, and now they can build another fleet in Brest to kind of deal with everything.
And then we have the sneaking into Ankara, which is delightful. It's hard not to look at that and smile.
Yeah.
Johnny, how do you feel about the evolution of this game in 1903?
I'm impressed with what Richard's done based on the last turn, which seemed not very good. This position's much better. It's still a little wonky, West, Piedmont, Greece, and Ionian, but those are all kind of good places to be, and he's got to build. So there's room here for Richard, depending on what the negotiations look like. I don't know how Class lost Ankara. There was no reason to do these moves. I think it was, I guess he was betting that Armenia goes to black and he wanted to bounce it, but he was also worried about, I don't know. I guess it was a guess, but this is really catastrophic for Class. I thought there was a good chance he was going to get back into this game, and now he's cooked. It's great for Russia, getting a build here for Russia. It's absolutely huge. Put down a fleet in St. Petersburg or something, and Russia's really got some play.
And now if you're Austria, I guess you're not pulling one off the board because you had one in the bank. Are you guys okay with the Austrian position here, or are you worried?
I'm not thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, I think last turn they could have made some interesting moves, like dropping into Venice and bouncing Greece if this is what they were expecting. And then they have pretty much free reign into the boot from there, right? Because there's nothing covering Rome and whatnot. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily the best move, but trying to make an attack on Munich here does not seem like the right play. And if you don't have any Italian help against Turkey, you're not going to make much gain there. So that would have been something interesting for Ian to have considered at least.
Yeah, I'm assuming, I think Johnny said this, I'm assuming that Greece was agreed upon. But
But I'm just saying, is that really what you want to do here?
But it's interesting. You guys talked a lot last game, you and Jamal did, about getting your allies to move their units away from your unit. Like it was specifically about Austria, because I think this is something Austria often has to do. Letting them have dots that gives them the confidence to move their units away, putting you in a position to retake the dots whenever you want. Let's see if that's a plan of Ian Wilson's, or if he's just playing nice. We do get some nice builds here in winter 1903. Always a St. Petersburg South Coast fleet is fun to see, and it's such a clear declaration of intent, which is probably why we like it. Elsewhere, we have Conrad putting down a fleet in Brest, which I think is pretty clear. Needs another fleet to fight the southern menace of the Italians. And elsewhere, we have another fleet from Wardy. We shouldn't call him Wardy 2. We should call him
Wardy the Greater.
We'll just call him Richard. We'll call him Ward-esque. How about that? Spring of 1904. Down to you, Johnny.
Sure. I want to shout out Matt in the chat, by the way. He seems like a really charming man. This is very strange. Munich, Berlin, Tyrolia, and Bohemia all hold. I don't have any explanation for that. I mean, I guess maybe Berlin can support Munich and then nothing happens anyway. But this seems very strange to me. I don't know what it means. Honestly.
It is. I'll just note that these are face-to-face orders that are being transcribed, and there are some orders that can't be transcribed into the backstab interface. So it's possible that these were not holds, but it's hard to imagine what they might have been otherwise that wasn't transcribable.
Don't know. The France is just kind of positioning against Italy. That looks like it's going to be a stalemate. Tactically, one of them could beat the other one still. It looks okay for Italy. But Italy is definitely committed into the French fight. So it's an okay position for the air. They've got guesses to make. They get into con. They might break the line, but equally they might get stopped. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right, let's move for. Oh, by the way, we do have the permission to go ahead. Already too. Thank you, Richard. And thanks for watching. All right, fall of 1904. Adam, I'm sorry, Johnny, still with you.
Okay, so this is an example of the good. Oh no, sorry, they didn't get Berlin, but Austria gets Munich here. That's great for Austria. Also, Austria also gets Smyrna, so they're building 2. They didn't backfill Khan, so they're only building 2 instead of the 3 they could have had. Still, you're feeling pretty good if you're Austria. And elsewhere, it's positioning. England, or rather, Germany is getting the last English center in Eddie, so Germany gets to be even. And the French continue to make very defensive moves, so France is still feeling okay. So really, the only motion on this board is Austria taking Munich.
Adam, talk to us about this choice of Ian's to take Smyrna without taking Khan. Can you see a rationale for it?
No. No. I mean,
all right. I'll make.
I mean, you could have gotten bounced by Turkey, and if you're just assuming Turkey's going to do that, I mean, there's no reason not to move move it though, right? I mean, you are spreading yourself out a little bit if you do that, but so what? You're getting some builds, and if Russia or Italy says, well, you got to give me Bulgaria or something, you deal with that the following year, if as needs be. So I don't see a huge rationale towards not following.
I'll make one pitch, and this piggybacks on my my fantasy of an Austrian fleet in the Black Sea, is that this now makes it very easy to put that fleet into Constantinople. You don't have to vacate Khan in order to do it. On the other hand, there'd be one fewer unit to have to deal with there, but I don't know. It appears to be part of the UK meta that Austria gets all of Turkey and it gets to have a fleet sort of, threatening to go into the Black Sea. I would like to see it happen. Anyway, is there anything else from this year, Adam, that you want to highlight for us?
No, I mean, Kiel had to make a choice to defend Berlin or Munich. I think it's doing the right thing defending Berlin here because the Munich, they can force Munich anyway. So I think it did the right thing. Ultimately, I think France is going to be the one to benefit if they have units left after they set up this line against Italy, right? Because they're going to be pretty much have some free units up north that in the long run, they can probably take out the rest of England and take some of these German dots. So I think this is a good game this is going to be a good game for Conrad. He's not dividing the dots on his side of the board 3 ways. He's dividing them 1 way.
Yeah. All right. Let's find out how it moves forward. So Ian drops 2 armies, probably no surprise, although, a shock Austrian fleet is always welcome. All right, so let's go. Yes, England is eliminated. Thank you for playing in England as England, Theo Fox. Spring of 1905, back to you, Adam.
Yeah. So I'm trying to so in England, Edinburgh went to Clyde. I think that this Clyde Eddie thing with France and Germany is probably to make sure that Norwegian sea fleet can't retreat to either of them. So that's just an agreed upon set of moves to force that fleet back, which they do successfully. So I think that's a nice play for Conrad and Micah there. Not a lot's happening down in southern France. I think that line is going to be pretty close to locked up. Well, yeah, pretty. It's not quite there, but it's getting close. Let's put it that way. In the eastern part of the board, Germany is now sort of harder to push through, though I think Germany probably has a pull here. They might be able to pull that army out of England, which again is good news for Conrad because he can just sit pretty up north and take the dots later when it's no longer a threat. So I think that's great for him. And Austria continues to push units north. It's interesting they go into Gal here. I guess that's to cut off the German retreat if Russia made it into Silesia. So these are still all pretty straightforward alliance moves for the AIR.
All right, we do have that fleet now on the Black Sea Basin. So one step closer.
Hooray! This is what you want. This is what you wanted, Brandon. So I don't know that it's what Phil. I don't know if it's what Phil wants, but it's what you wanted. So,
I mean, it has worked out quite well for Ian, hasn't it? That now there's not even a Russian fleet there. It doesn't need it. And so both of those Turkish dots will be Ian's. Probably not this year, but certainly guaranteed by the end of next year. Although, I think we've all been in the situation. If you're Ian, you're trying to talk class into just letting you have it now, and going and getting an early meal or something like that.
If you know class, though, that's not happening.
Yeah, fair. All right, let's see. Fall of 1905. We are still with you, Adam. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so they force Silesia, and Russia pushes Austria there, which makes total sense that they would do it that way. Khan is now gone. Really not a whole lot of action here. France convoys back to the continent, which makes sense because they still have to fill in that gap in Ruhr. So this is again, smart play by both of them. It looks like, I'm not sure what's going on with Russia. I think that's probably a support to Norway in case Russia's self-balanced. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, or if this is a better position. But Scandinavia is now
self-balancing in Norway. So.
Yeah, I think that's presumably what this was about. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what the fight for Scandinavia is going to look like, but that's probably.
France and Germany have them. And,
I think they have the better position.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they have the better position.
Sweden is guaranteed here, and then Norway would fall pretty quickly. All right, we got a bunch of builds. Central Powers are all building one, which nets 2 armies and a fleet. Class says goodbye to that. So the Austrian fleet still needs 1 more year to realize the dream of an Austrian Black Sea. And Wardy 2 puts down another fleet in Naples. All right, and Conrad had to pull one here. Why was Conrad? Oh, lost Spain.
He lost Spain. We missed that. Yeah, he guessed wrong. I guess that. Yeah, he guessed wrong.
Well, right. So
he had to make a decision over supporting Mid-Atlantic, Marseille, Spain. Can only do 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, and Wardy had gotten that fleet into North Africa the previous turn, and so that gave Wardy 2 leverage. It's tough to lose a 2 out of 3 guess, right? But that's going to happen.
Probably Norwegian should have pulled back to now, I guess. But of course, that's not really. Then you're giving ceding position to Russia, so it was sort of a lose-lose decision on Conrad's part, and that's that's what he had to do.
Yeah, well, I think actually, if we're going to stick on this for a second, I think if you are Conrad, this is a tactical question. I think you have to decide whether you want to risk Spain or Marseille. I think we'd all agree that Mid-Atlantic is the most important of the 3. But I wonder if Marseille or Spain is more important. Like maybe it's better to protect Spain here, because now Mid-Atlantic actually is in deep trouble, right?
Now it's in trouble.
3 on Mid-Atlantic can be guaranteed if he wants it. Is that the case that, like, if you pull Marseille back to Spain and guarantee that here, and if you lost Marseille, you still have a problem, right?
Well, then Spain can get cut, and you're still just losing. I mean, if you did it that way, if he pulled Marseille back, obviously that would have been the correct guess here. But if you pull Marseille back to Spain and then Italy takes Marseille, then that fleet in Marseille is piffed, and you don't get a rebuild.
Oh, yeah.
So
No. This is right. If you pull Marseille back to Spain and it gets in, and you lose Marseille to the army, then
it gets in. But it's not going to get in. It's going to bounce on 1 because West is West is going to go to Spain.
Yep.
Right?
No, I'm saying you support it with Gascony. So Gascony supports Marseille to Spain.
Okay. All right. So now you have a fleet in Spain and a fleet in Portugal. Yeah. I mean.
No, and then Gascony supports Spain. It's only it's a stalemate line actually.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So a tactical lesson from the that took 5 minutes for us to figure out. But you don't want to lose. Spain is more important than Marseille in this case.
Yeah. But
okay.
The problem with losing Marseille, though, is then to an army then that army can potentially be tapping Burgundy and causing other problems on the other side of your line, right? Yeah. So that's the downside. So either way, you're potentially getting hit. It's just in a different position here.
Oh dear! And actually, Marseille could tap Gascony, and then Lyon and West.
Correct.
Spain. Okay, correct. So I take that back. It's not a stalemate at all. Okay.
And you lose Belgium either way, which is really bad for the Ruhr situation as well.
You lose Belgium either way? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he pulled Belgium because he's down 1.
Oh, thank you. Got it. Okay, so you're welcome, Conrad, for that.
Slight digression.
that unwelcome lesson. All right, this is over to Johnny. Spring of 1906.
Sure. So let's look at what happens. Germany's rearranging everything very efficiently, actually. These are great German moves. And they're also getting Sweden for some reason. I guess this was just a really bad guess on Russia's part, but it worked really well for Germany. It could also be an arrangement of sorts. It's possible with Norwegian going back to now. It's possible this is arranged. Stasis in the West Med area. There's tactics on tactics. Austria is going to pick up Ankara, so that's great for Austria. Austria also moving up into Galicia, which is interesting. It's sort of closer to the line, but it's not really needed there at this point. So I wonder what Austria is doing in Galicia. If I'm Russia, I'm looking a little bit askance at that, but also you're sitting with an army in Rome, so you can't really. This is just positioning, really. This is just line work. Nothing crazy happening here.
All right, let's move into fall of 1906 and tell us about it.
Okay, here we have an interesting move of Greece into Serbia. This could be arranged, actually, because Austria is already up and they're taking Ankh here. If I am Austria, I'm sorry, Italy. No, you can't have Serbia. I'm sorry, you can't ever. Yeah, you're right. I am going to go up 2 over you or 3 or whatever. That's tough cookies. You should have done better in your fight against France. There's no way. There's no way that Italy gets to take Serbia with an army. So we'll see how that goes. But if I know Italy's doing this, I'm going to bounce them and go to Aegean. Like, no. Italy also gets popped out of Spain, so Conrad has tactically recovered here pretty well. It's going to keep being a tit for tat for a long time. And it's all stasis around the line in the middle as well. Gal moves to Gal just to hold. So yeah. And bye Klaus. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, I think at this point, if Conrad builds an army in Marseille, I think that line is now there. Well, it's still it's there at this point. It's there now if he puts an army.
Yeah, six units does it.
Yeah. He just needs to build an army in Marseille. I mean, he could build a fleet, but I think probably usually put an army in this position. But it doesn't. Either way is okay. So he has that 1 unit to rove around the north and help hold up against Russia, which really should be not too much happening up there. Yeah, I'm with Johnny about that move to Serbia. I mean, man, I'm not happy about that if I am Austria. And I don't know what you're going to do about it because you're not building now. But that is really just not ideal for you.
It's terrible.
That does at least maintain the board top position for Ian Wilson, which at the moment is worth 115 points. But yeah, it does.
I mean, Austria is definitely. I mean, if I'm Austria here, I'm definitely pulling Conte Aegean and far back and like that.
Black Sea. I think we'd agree, though, that Austria's growth potential is quite large here, isn't it?
Well, where do you? I mean, they could drop into Venice. I mean, what do you see as their growth potential? Because now all their home centers are a threat.
I mean, they have 2 directions to go in: either Russia, in which case they get Rum and Sev very quickly, or Italy. Which Serbia and Greece are there. I think they just pull units back to cover the other centers. Venice, you could also sneak into it if you wanted to. I mean, it'd be messy, and it would count on when they don't attack being okay with it. And
it's a short loss of Munich. Which is maybe going to happen anyway. So maybe that's just the way it is.
Yep. All right. So winter of 1906, we get another fleet from Rome and a fleet in Marseille. So we're back to fleets on opposing sides of the battle lines. And the game ends. Spring of 1907. I mean, the thing about, I think, the scoring system is that so the board top is worth 50 points on its own if you do it alone. If you share it with one other person, you get 30 points each. So significant bonus for getting a board top. Each center is only worth 5 points. So this is why the board top bonus seems so large to us, because it's worth the equivalent of 10 centers on its own. 115 it's now the second highest score we've seen this game, so this tournament. So this is a good result for Ian Wilson, don't you think?
It's a great result. Yeah,
if
there's a draw proposed on this board, you take that in a second as Austria from this position.
Yeah, it's never getting better than this for this Austria.
No.
Okay, is this the right result? Is there anyone else on the board who should not have taken this draw?
I don't know about shouldn't have taken it, but I look at Conrad's position and I'm thinking about whether I can do a little bit better.
Yep. 42 too.
Maybe.
If you're Conrad, what would you need to see happen in order for you to get bigger? Either one of you can take this.
I mean, you can almost, if you know when the game's going to end, you can almost wait it out and then just take a dot or two at the end. But I think if you can work things out with Italy, which I guess that new fleet build in Rome doesn't help, but if you can try to convince Italy that, find a way to disentangle at least some units, maybe you leave half the units on the line, but not all of them, I think there's definitely more gains you can make.
Yeah. All right. Oops, sorry, go ahead, Johnny.
I agree.
All right, we're going to leave it there, and that means we're bringing back onto the stage Mr. Jamal Bukharli. Welcome back, Jamal.
Hello, how you doing?
All right, and Adam is taking a break here. Is that right?
Yep.
All right, see you in a bit. All right, that was board 2 in round 2. That showed up first because of an alphabetizing error. So we have only done 3 games now, and we're heading over to game 1 of round 2, which finds Abdullah Harid in Austria. In England, Gunter Bedson. France, David Wigglesworth. Germany, a new player for us for this tournament, Kai Harris. Italy, we have tournament leader Dan Lester. And in Russia, we have Wardy 1. Turkey finds Isaac Jukes. So let's just dive in right here and have a look at some orders. Johnny, you are first up. Tell us about Spring of 1901.
Sure. So we've got the classic Marseille supports Paris to Burgundy in the West. Super, super mega standard all over there. And in the East as well, we've got Dan in Trieste. Could be alone. It's probably alone. But Dan's an old school player, so you never know. Old school players are a little bit less quick to make the Trieste for Aegean swap. Oh, Kai's Toby's son. All right. We'll go Germany in that case. And Isaac is making the correct Turkish Open. So Isaac has a prayer in this game. So that's good.
All right. Let's push into fall of 1901. Tell us what you see.
Cool. So Dan does the Aegean move, which was the right move because Enk's going to con here. Sev goes to black. Maybe arranged, but Bull is tapping rum. So that's some weirdness. I don't know exactly how to read that because if you're going to be tapping rum, you probably also want to be tapping the Black Sea. So that implies that black is a stab.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. He's tapping rum, thinking he's forcing Russia to support himself into rum, but yeah.
All right, so this is going to be another air in the East. That's very boring, guys. And in the West, Burgundy sneaks into Ruhr. So that's a cute little move. I don't think you should do that to Toby's son, but it's definitely a quick way to get some tempo in an EF. So we'll see if EF is the direction that this board chooses to take it.
Yeah, Jamal, what do you want to focus on for this turn? Seems like there's a lot you can choose.
Look, I mean, everyone talks about the Australians loving Western triples, but everyone knows that Australians are mostly made out of convicts from the UK, and the convicts did it first with heirs. So yeah, it's just our riff on the three-way alliance that we just do slightly differently, because it's obvious that the UK is obsessed with airing Turkey every single game they possibly can. I don't know if it's some kind of anti-Ottoman bias or something, but yeah. Other than that, look, the Burgundy to Ruhr is clever. I like it. It's the kind of you're obviously not going to hold that position, but you're just forcing Germany to spend so much time popping you out and blowing it up and this and that. And yeah, it's not looking great for Kai here. So Kai's got to use some of that Harris charm and get themselves into a better position.
All right, let's move ahead into winter, see if anyone divulges anything. We have the 2 army build from Kai, which seems, which is, it's a reaction, right, to the French aggression. Is it an overreaction? I'll get you guys' thoughts in a second. Hard not to see there are also 2 army builds from France.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you are England, you just have to be so happy about that.
Yeah,
No fleets from
licking your lips, baby.
I mean, we've seen so much anti-English play in the other 3 games, so maybe this is just an overreaction to that. Elsewhere on the board, we get 2 armies, so not even a fleet from Russia as well. It's worth pointing that out. So all neighbors of England are armies.
Nothing in St. Petersburg.
Nothing in St. Petersburg. Dan Lester does the sort of standard thing, puts down a fleet in Naples, and we get a fleet from Isaac Jukes in Turkey, but in Smyrna, right? Not in the FU Russia, a scorched earth fashion. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1902, and Jamal, off to you.
Yeah, well, for not putting a fleet in Ankara, Isaac gets an army in Armenia, which is great, and the UK air is fresh, as they say. So that's it's continuing on. The French is barging into Burgundy and just continuing out with this all-out German assault. Kai does. I think it's not a terrible defensive move if you suspect the British is coming as well, in the sense that you don't want to move out of Kiel so much, but maybe you could have popped Ruhr and moved Berlin to Kiel here. That might have been slightly better for you because Ruhr's off the board here. But look, I mean, yeah, it's a bit stacks on Germany here, which is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, England is in Helgoland, which is the key to unlocking the German centers, which is why you should always move there in spring 1901. Just saying. But yeah, everything else is pretty standard. The alliances are pretty set here.
All right, let's move into fall of 1902. Tell us what you see.
Germany's losing Holland, and they're not losing anything else. But yeah, that's it's still, it's fine. It's just going to Picardy is interesting from France there. That maybe trying to set up to go anti-English eventually. I'm not 100%. If I was Gunter, I wouldn't be super happy with that. Not sure what's happening there. Johnny was cheering the east, so it looks like something's happened over there. And there's a convoy swap. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, is it a brace? No, yeah, no. Armenia's convoyed to Ankara and swapped through.
It's Armenia's convoyed into Ankara.
Yeah, nice, clever. Very, very good, very, very good. Warty part deuce with the with the skills there. Love the little swap to take Ankara, and Turkey is Isaac is. I like to think that Turkey can come back from positions. It's going to be hard for Isaac to come back from this position. And Warty part deuce is also just slipping into Silesia, just to help. I'm sure. Just to prop up Munich is definitely the plan here.
Yeah, I think if we're being technical, this is Warty part isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, this is Warty part. Oh, sorry, Christopher Ward. It was such a good move. I assumed it was someone else.
Yeah, didn't believe. Couldn't possibly have been. I think this move, when you pull something off like this, like you just kind of sit back and go, yeah. That's Christopher Ward. Whatever satisfaction you felt after these moves were revealed is the kind of thing that we all want to feel in life. All right, Johnny, over to you. What strikes your fancy about this 1902?
Other than the best move of the tournament, which has gone to my favorite player, Christopher Ward. Look at Dan. Dan's building 2 in fall of 02. He's got an army in Trieste. He's got a fleet in the Ionian. He's got a fleet in Caen. This looks great for Dan Lester. Super, super good opening. And it looks good for David too. It's a good setup for David. The Picardy thing, the Burgundy thing, if that was all arranged with Gunter, if Gunter doesn't mind you being in all those great tiles, you're in Ruhr too, then it's a good day.
Hard to see Burgundy to Picardy being good for Gunter. Yeah. What's the argument?
Yeah. I agree. It's terrible.
Oh, okay.
If I'm Gunter here, I'm like, why is Marseille not going to Piedmont or anywhere? What are you doing here? David, you're just on position.
Yeah, let's note that it's tournament leader Dan Lester, right? So any concern Dan might have had about putting a target on his back with a big result the night before in round one, not coming to fruition if there was any worry at all. All right, winter 1902. Dan puts down. So now remember we had the situation where we had a player build Army Rome, and I did not know this, by the way. I did not know. I had not looked at any of the games beforehand. That Rome. So now I made the point like, well, if an experienced player does it, we might look at it differently. Does it look different to you guys?
I think it was the same. It was actually Abdullah, who's now in Austria, who did it last time. And yeah, I think it's it could almost be Dan doing the meta nod to Abdullah's last game by doing this. I think that's the level of play that Dan might be doing here. But no, it's a pro-Austrian, slightly defensive. I mean, throw it in Tuscany, just sit it there forever.
Although wasn't this a prelude to Abdullah moving on Austria? Like sent all the armies, convoyed into Albania.
That's true.
All right, let's find out if it's a prelude to anything. Elsewhere, we have Wardy puts down fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, and Gunter puts down fleet in Edinburgh. So if you are David Wigglesworth and you do have designs on England, you at least are you got to be happy that England has something else to worry about. Spring of 1903, and we are back to you, Johnny. Tell us what you see.
Sure. So I'm fascinated that the French have made it into Holland here. That's an unexpected way for them to arrange these tactics. Again, feels good to be France. The English have lost Norway, but they'll get it back. I think that's a minor problem. I think they'll get it back. And meanwhile, the air races to the line again with Bohemia, Tyrolia, Venice, Galicia. So that's interesting. Are they there to help Germany? Are they there to take Munich for themselves? Maybe a little A, a little B. But notably, Dan is not moving the fleets west against France. Even though France only has one fleet on the board, just that one fleet in Spain, Dan's moving into the Aegean. He's going to go take Smyrna. He's now in Tyrolia and Venice. So definitely Dan has options against Austria here if he wants to take them.
All right, let's see, fall 1903. And,
Yep. There you go. So it is the winter green. Dan takes Greece with the convoy. So exactly the same way it went last time, where you built the fleet in Rome or the army in Rome to be nice to Austria, and then immediately stab them. Dan does it to the person who invented the play. So the winter green is on. Vienna is taken. Greece is taken. Bulgaria is taken. But Bulgaria walks into Caen, which looks like they would have arranged that move. So I'm surprised that they've let that happen. Obviously, Caen can be retaken, but it's a little bit more awkward than it might otherwise be. But it's still a great move. Russia gets Munich. Russia loses Norway, but we're never going to keep it. So yeah, it looks good for IR. I like this move.
And the difference between this stab from Dan versus when Abdullah did it is Dan's doing it in the kind of the slightly, I would say, more advanced way, which is actually giving all the builds to Russia. Right, he's helping Russia into Vienna, helping Russia. Sure, they haven't covered Caen, but they probably figured that was going to happen. And Dan was like, "No, you take Bulgaria; it's totally fine." So Dan's getting Greece themselves, which is great. They get a build, but actually they get no, just one because they're losing Caen. But now Russia is huge. So David in France is never going to attack Dan because they absolutely need. Dan is the only thing stopping Russia from wiping this board out. So Dan's probably kind of very happy for their erstwhile ally in Russia to suddenly be the big scary target on the board that everyone's trying to coordinate against, because now David probably has to go after England maybe, or just get stalled, and Russia's huge, and everyone needs Dan on this board, right? Russia needs Dan and France needs Dan.
I agree. Counterpoint, what does David build here?
Fleet Brest, because if you're going to go after Russia, you need the fleet, and you just turn on England and take Belgium here.
Maybe.
Johnny, what do you disagree?
I would not want to build a fleet Marseille here. I don't. I mean, I might wave, honestly.
Yeah.
But I would be I would not be shocked to see Fleet Marseille go down here.
I wouldn't either. I guess the argument that I would look to for supporting that idea, which is not a slam dunk at all, by the way, but the argument that I would that would support it would be that it's an IR. I wouldn't that Russia isn't necessary. It's not necessary. It's not necessarily Russia on their own. That it's IR together, and that EF together is the counterpoint. And so have to at least slow down Italy. But that would really be just a temporary, that would be a temporary measure to see how the board would evolve. But I think the contrast, to pick up on Jamal's point here, the contrast between the two moves, these two Italy moves on Austria that we've seen between Dan's and Abdullah's before, is fascinating. And I think it's a real object lesson for, for how to play this game, and a demonstration of Dan's sort of exceptional skill. Because he can make the argument now that Russia is scarier than he is, even though when you look at this board position, I mean, his units are in lovely places as Italy.
The other thing to call out here is that David is somehow, after all of this German, French, everyone's got armies, everyone loves Gunther play, David somehow ended up in a position where they've got Holland, England's going down. And we said, we didn't like the Picardy move if we were going to. I really don't like this situation where I've given up Holland and not really gained anything for it. David is playing a very, very clever game here. And, if David and Dan have their stuff sorted out behind the scenes and they're not going to stab each other, and this is just a good old fashioned race between them, that's very good by David.
Yeah, although advantage Dan, right, for being the more experienced player, but it is a path forward for David to top the board if he can manage it. So in that sense, that makes sense.
He waved. No, David, he's got it. He knows what he's doing.
Yes, David.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
All right, we'll find out if it's too clever by half. We do have a wave from David Wigglesworth.
And just pulled Belgium. Oh, he's got Belgium in pocket as well.
David pulled Belgium. Interestingly, Dan Lester puts down an army here. Probably reasonable given that there's a Balkan war. And Chris Ward puts down three armies. Chris, did he have? He didn't pick up 3, right? He had to rebuild.
Yes, he did.
No, Munich,
Bulgaria.
Munich. That was the one I was missing. Wow. So and now sitting at 10, 3 bigger than Dan Lester. So if nothing else, he looks like the big baddie, even if it's a paper house of cards. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1904, and we are down to Jamal. It's your turn.
The problem with Russia is this is 10 centers going on 4 centers. Because so Dan is taking position in the Balkans, because you do that, you take your centers and that kind of stuff, you go into Serbia, but he's doing so in such a way that makes sure that Chris Ward cannot stab him. France is going into Munich here, which is great, and France is just I think David potentially, I think it's advantage David here, honestly, more than advantage Dan in this race, because he's got a building pocket, he's got Belgium sitting there, and he's got Munich. Gunther's making some progress against Denmark, but Gunther's game is almost entirely now to be the point of the spear in this big F little E Iron Alliance that's happening. But yeah, it's efficient. It's efficient play. And it looks like Kai has decided that they're going to help David in this situation, which, you got to help someone. I don't blame you.
Okay. My question though, going forward here is couldn't David have done exactly what he's doing and also sent 2 fleets into the Western Med to slow down Dan? But he
doesn't want to slow down Dan, right? Because Dan, that you've got the jump on England whenever you want to, and Dan and David have had this stitched up probably from a few years ago, and they're very, very happy to not go to war with each other. And now, if I'm Gunther and Wardy Part 1, I'm worried that they're not going to war with each other, and that's definitely concerning me. But again, what can you do about it?
All right, I guess I'm the lone voice, wondering if this is better for Dan than it is for David. Yeah, I guess the other thing that I would say too is I think, Dan getting like if Dan stabs Christopher Ward, that's also bad for you if you're David Wigglesworth, because you want Christopher Ward to be able to fight Gunter in the north. Anyway, I don't mean to lead us too far down this rabbit hole, because I am the host and I'm not supposed to be doing stuff like that. But we'll keep it in mind and I'll bring it back if I turn out to be right. All right, fall of 1904, but only then. Jamal, tell us about it.
So we have another late breaking Western triple with Kai now deciding they're gonna join in here and in exchange for survival, which I think is very smart. David's playing the patient game, picking up Munich, not going to stab yet because why would you bother to do that? Dan Lester wins the Jade Buddha Peace Prize for all holds. Yeah, twice. Dan. I mean, yeah. Some would say that the Dan Lester created the Jade Buddha. Some would say that the Jade Buddha created Dan Lester. We'll see what happens. But this is great from Dan here. Just sitting, no reason to do anything. You got two builds. You just need to sit there, let everyone else get into position to fight each other. Now, Wardy Part 1 must commit north entirely because otherwise they're losing everything north. An interesting choice by Gunter to go and tap Finland rather than keep Sweden guaranteed. I'm not sure I love that. I think you want to be bringing Wardy down centers here rather than taking that position. I guess you can always take it later.
But it guaranteed St. Petersburg. That was the
right. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, no, it's good. And Gunter is picking up a couple now, which I think is very, very important to stop the David Wigglesworth stab.
Yeah.
You could just go Army Edinburgh, Army Liverpool. See you later. You're not losing much.
Oh, sorry, Johnny. Back to you. What strikes your fancy in 1904?
I expected David to take Belgium here. I expected
as a stab. You mean?
Maybe, but I mean, Gunter could conceivably have gone up 3 this year with these same moves. So, and I mean, if I'm in that alliance, look, man, I'll give you Belgium back later if you need it, but you going up 3 while I go up 1 max, and even that's not totally guaranteed. It's just not gonna fly. So I'm just gonna take Belgium here, and you get all those builds up in the north, and we can deal with it later. Now Gunter still goes up 2. He's got Sweden in pocket. It's looking better for Gunter for sure. So by the same token, a little bit less good for David. So maybe it's swinging back to Dan here.
All right, let's check out Winter 1904. It's a fascinating moment in this game. So I'll read out the builds, and then I'm going to ask you guys sort of who you think is in the best position, because it kind of feels like there are several people you might offer an answer to that question, or you might choose as an answer to that question. But here are the builds. Winter 1904. Gunter puts down an army and a fleet. We do get an army in Paris. Interesting. So you can make a good, even if you don't. I mean, if you're England or Italy, aren't you wondering what? Or maybe you're just happy that he's not building fleets, right? And you don't wonder whether he's going to try to make a move on one of you or the other one. Well, I guess if you're Italy, he can't make a move on you, so maybe you're fine with that. Sorry, I'll finish this, and I'll let you guys do the analysis. Dan Lester puts down an army in Venice and then waves as well. So clearly there's a waving party going on between David and Dan. All right, I'm going to turn this over to you guys. Who is in the best position here? Who would you want to be? Johnny, we'll start with you.
I think it's Dan, but only by a hair. I think David's position is amazing too.
Yeah, I think Dan has the move on Russia now. I mean, all 3 of them could collapse Russia pretty quickly if they wanted to right now. So yeah, that's But I mean, I like Gunter's position actually here as well. Gunter's made themselves a bit unstabbable. And if Gunter really, really wanted to do the hedging, no one's bringing me down this game move, they could just go North Sea to English Channel and just don't even take Brest, just lock it. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close, honestly, between the 3 of them.
No votes for Wardy, I assume.
I mean, look at it's the love party between David and Dan. I mean, if I'm Gunter, I do go to channel here because of that. This is, I mean, this relationship between IR is way too strong.
If you're Dan, do you make a move on Wardy now, or do you wait, Jamal?
I think you probably wait at least in the spring to see whether Wardy is going to commit to defend themselves in the north. Because if Wardy's not going to defend themselves in the north, then you have to take them all out now. Because what else are they doing on this board? But you do want to let Wardy commit north. So I'd wait at least the spring. I'd go for a Jade Buddha Peace Prize double here, and just sit and help Wardy. Let Wardy go north, and then in the fall, if you really want to, if you have a 3-dot stab, take it there.
I'll bowl for him. So kind of you.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
I mean, if you can work out that arrangement that he lets you do it, let's see what happens. All right. So we've got the builds. Let's move on to the spring of 1905. Johnny, it is your call.
Or you can also do this. This works too. This is great too.
Oh, just attack.
He's
now.
in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
He's in Budapest. This is fine. If you know the moves and you think you're going to get it, this is a great stab. And EF, the Iron Alliance. I like that, by the way, Jamal. It's very good. FE took me a minute to figure it out, but that was nice. EF's looking great. They're going to get Sweden. They're in Kiel and Berlin. They've got the whole West, all 17 between them. They're in Baltic. So the only question is what happens from here. But yeah, I mean, they've cleaned it up completely. So good for them.
I mean, isn't Dan's position here unassailable? At least for the board top.
No.
All right.
No,
I don't think so.
If David had gone to West this turn, then they could at least have play on Tunis or whatever else and that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, David not going West this turn, or East this turn, I think makes it pretty hard for anything other than a Dan win.
Yes,
it had to be. Something had to happen here. Something other than what has happened here.
Okay, sorry, I should have let you guys have a moment there. Okay, talk us through the moves, Johnny.
Well, so I mean, what happens here is that David walks out of Kiel and Berlin.
Oh God, wow.
To be nice to the Harris kid, I think.
Okay.
But it's now it's over because David, if he'd have picked up those two builds, maybe picked up a third one in Belgium, put out a fleet in Marseille, gone to the Western Med, could have put up a real race with Dan. Now I think it's over. So good game to Dan. Maybe you're covering Holland. Do you think North is going to convoy York there? But do you really think that's going to happen based on how this game's going? I don't know. I don't. I think this is the play in the North of somebody who isn't really trying to top this board anymore. And obviously, Dan gets everything. So
Dan is +3 here, which is puts Dan at 12, which gives him a 4 center lead over Gunter. Yeah, this game is over now. Anyone want? Yeah, neither of you want to make an argument otherwise. Let's see what the builds are. And yeah, so now we will get a non-Russian fleet, non-Russian or Turkish fleet in the Black Sea, which is
And we were saying before about when is the case to push for it. I mean, Dan Lester can win the tournament this game if he just this game is not drawing. Dan Lester's going to go for 17 centers here, because this is the tournament on lock. This is the position where you go for it right now.
And so your thought here is that 17 more or less. Oh God, David waved again.
Oh, I wonder if he forgot he had that one in pocket.
And Gunter waved as well.
Or this is a Dan stabbing on the build, right? This is Dan going, yeah, no, we're all good. I'm just going to wave as well. And no, yeah. Dan's not waving. Dan's putting down 2 fleets and going.
Now we're talking 18, right?
Yes.
Yeah, now it's 18.
Because I think because he can guarantee Mid-Atlantic. No, not quite actually, because it'll take him 2 turns to get over there, and then they can Russia or France can at least build 1 fleet, probably 2 if they organize. North can get down there. Anyway, 18 is in play for sure, right? Okay, let's go forward, and there we go.
Wow, Dan. Nice guy, Dan. What are you doing?
What's the argument here for okay, I'll calculate the points here. So another 5 centers. Another three centers are guaranteed. I believe if Wardy
Rums, Sevastopol, and Anchor is guaranteed.
If Wardy decides to play defense, they can. There are plenty of units to set up a line across Warsaw and Moscow, right? it doesn't look like Wardy's planning to do that. So, but each center is worth 5 points. So and I don't think there's any other further bonus to be had here. No, there is. I'm sorry, because for every unit, I think it's another 10 points for every center over the second place person. So actually, if he could get these units without, get these centers without Gunter also acquiring centers, which is possible.
200 points. Yeah. I mean, but also, like, I will say this, right? Like, again, Dan might also just be doing this because he doesn't think he needs it more, right? Like if you're pretty certain that you've gotten 2 major board tops and who else is catching you here, maybe Dan's making the calculation that he doesn't need more. And it's actually, again, Dan is the kind of person who will make plays for the good of the community rather than the good of his tournament score. He doesn't need to get this tournament on. He's already got the tournament on lock pretty much. He doesn't need much more. And you keep, you have a game where Kai stays alive, where Wardy still gets to, to have a score and whatever else. And, and David and Gunter still feel good about their alliance because they've done pretty well. Like it's a good kind of, it's a good community play.
Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, if Dan's looking at the other board and he sees that it's a dinky, AIR 778 thing again, and the people that are in it aren't even the same people that had the reasonable scores that were still less than half of his last time, then, I guess we've actually already seen the other game.
Yeah, the other game ended a year earlier than this, and I think they're on this. Yeah.
And nobody had an insane score, right? I mean, Dan has much more here than the topper in that game did.
Yeah, 115, I think was which was the same as Dan's score, from the first round. Now, keep in mind that only the top 2 scores count. Which
only the top 2 count.
Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting.
In that case,
it's even better. Yeah. He knows he's already won.
Yeah, you sit out next round anyway, so whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes a difference.
All right, let's check the standings after this one, and I'm going to bring Adam back onto the stream here. Welcome back, Adam. So Dan Lester is sitting with 300, which is 145 points more than the second place Micah Blom. And Micah was, Micah's 2 scores were 90 and 65. So, Micah has a lot of ground to make up in order to overtake Dan. Interestingly, Ian Wilson, right, only has 1 score and is sitting at 115, which matches Dan's first round score. So Ian is actually, if Ian could match Dan's performance from this round, then he ties. So Dan does at least have some work to do, to keep an eye on at least Ian and, half an eye on the other players. All right. But so, former world champion Dan Lester has taken certainly quite a big lead going into round 3. All right. So let's move on to round 3 here. Whose turn is it to take a break? I think Johnny.
It's mine.
I think Johnny. All right. We'll see you in a bit. All right. Let's jump on into round 3, board 1. And here we go. In Austria, we have David Wigglesworth. Out of Edinburgh. England is Isaac Jukes. France, Phil Johns. Germany, Martin Burrows playing his first game of the tournament. Italy, Conrad Woodring. Russia, Toby Harris. And Turkey, Dan Lester. So the 2 of them were in England and France, and now they are on the other side, Russia and Turkey. So, I think Jamal's suggestion was that Toby sort of took one for the team in round 1. So let's see if the favor is returned in round 3 here. This is an all England based board here. Everyone here is living in the UK. All right, let's jump in and check out the moves. Jamal, you are up first, and here are the Spring 1901 moves. Tell us what you see.
So Dan Lester makes the best Turkish opening by going to Syria, which is great. It's looking like there might have been an attempt at a Trieste loan. The Trieste loan, I think, has happened almost every single game this turn, this tournament rather. But it looks like Austria has decided to bounce it instead of letting it happen. So, and with a DMZ in Galicia, I think there's David is onside with Toby more than they're onside with Conrad. A self bounce in Burgundy is an interesting choice by Phil. You don't see it that often. It does strand Paris, which I guess if you only want 2 builds anyway, is not the worst thing in the world. But it is a thing. Other than that, everything's pretty standard. Martin's gone to Holland rather than Denmark, which is underused in my opinion. I think it's not too bad as an opening. But yeah, very pro Russia. Russia has Sweden on lock now.
Really quickly, Adam, what do you think of Kiel to Holland? This has become a topic of conversation, I think, in the hobby recently. Also, I've seen Kiel to Helgoland or Kiel to Baltic.
Kiel to Helgoland.
Yeah, which
goodness, Kiel to Helgoland. I don't know that I've seen much of that. Yeah, I think this is an underused opening. I mean, I think in the right situation, it's a nice play, especially in the situation like this where you don't have enemy units in Tiroli or Burgundy. It gives you a lot of flexibility, of course. You could have that English move to Denmark to stand you off there is the big risk with that, but it does put you in a position to have a lot of influence over Belgium if that's what you're choosing to do. It's also a good opening when you're prepping for a Sea Lion to put the fleet out in Holland instead of Denmark. And by Sea Lion, for those, I mean when France opens to the English Channel, and the goal is to put either the French or the German fleet in the North Sea. So it's a nice opening for that purposes as well. But yeah, I think it builds some different flexibility. The downside of it is you typically end up with an army in Denmark, which is not everyone's favorite position. But the added play on the Balkans in 1901 could be advantageous for that reason.
Oh, you mean Belgium, right?
Sorry, the Low Countries, not the Balkans. Thank you.
Yeah, because if Germany could get play on the Balkans in 01, that would
no,
be...
that's a totally different ballgame. That's the infamous convoy of Berlin to Serbia in the fall.
It'd be fun. I'm sure somebody's worked this out. What is the longest possible convoy in fall of 1901? How many fleets can be involved? And I don't know off the top of my head. Somebody can tell us in the comments. Let us know if you can figure it out. Fall of 1901. Let's hear about it, Mr. Bacarli.
So Anchor has gone to the Black Sea here, down Leicester. Definitely pro Toby, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe they're not friends this time because Sevastopol's gone to Romania, which is a pretty pro Austrian kind of setup here because Romania can now never attack Budapest. So Toby and David seem to be on board together, and Dan, I think maybe sniffing that out. It hasn't gone to Armenia, so isn't all up against Russia, but maybe wanted to at least have this defensive position make sense. Otherwise, pretty standard convoy to Tunis, picking up Spain and Portugal. That Paris army is getting out into Burgundy, which is a nice place to be. And Isaac's gone to Denmark here, which it looks like by agreement because Martin hasn't even attempted to block it. So I like this, actually, because you put the army in Denmark, you have immediate play on Sweden in spring of 1902, and Denmark can't really hurt Germany here. So there's not a lot of downside for Germany in letting this happen.
It's a fascinating opening. I don't know that I've ever seen this where it was done by agreement. It's a big risk to Germany in the sense that if you're expecting a certain set of moves, obviously Germany's going to build Fleet Berlin that's going to go out to Baltic now. If you're expecting England to make that attack on Sweden and instead they shift down into Helgoland right about now, that could be pretty devastating position come fall. But if England is on board, this could be a very nice way to play this alliance and put yourself in less of a position to have threats in Scandinavia earlier in the game. So I'm excited to see which way Isaac decides to go.
I will say this: my initial reaction when you guys were talking about it was that if I'm England, I don't think I would ever like the fleet moving towards me like that. The Kiel to Holland in spring of 01. But boy, this is fantastic for England. I mean, I think pretty much England and Germany should be looking to win Scandinavia. And I mean, this sort of basically just hands it to England. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, if somebody offered this to me, I would say, yeah, let's do it. What do you build if you're England? What do you want Germany to build here? Just two armies?
No,
Fleet
Fleet Berlin. They have to build Fleet Berlin, right? I mean, you can't.
Really?
There's no way you can justify them not building Fleet Berlin, right? Because you have to cover Baltic. The question is for England, what do you build? Presumably an army and a fleet, right? And do you put the fleet on London or in Eddie? I'm not quite sure. Probably would prefer to put the fleet in Eddie, but
I guess it depends on your preferred alliance structure. So Jamal, you were a big fan of Kiel to Holland here. What would be your preferred alliance structure if you're England here?
I mean, I want to work with Germany, right? Because Germany's shown a lot of trust. They've let me into Denmark here, and I can walk into Sweden. I mean, hate to say it, but if I'm England, I want the Western Triple from here because you also don't want to have to fight France. And I mean, maybe given this much coordination, maybe the punter's play is to build, say, Fleet Edinburgh, Army Liverpool, and just be a little defensive and just make sure that France isn't going to get too spooked by what's going on here. Or you have to, the question is, we've spoken a lot about England and Germany. What is France going to do is the question here. And as England, that's really what you have to be kind of thinking about.
I think one comment to that is because you don't have a French fleet in mid-Atlantic right now, you can actually afford to be a little bit more aggressive and put the army in London, convoy it off if you're assuming you're going to be getting a build from Sweden this year, right, to put another unit down on the board. So I would probably play the more aggressive game right here, but you're absolutely right that there's a good argument to also leaving an army on England just in case or as a deterrent against the French. So.
I will note here that the board has successfully taken every neutral. I think this is the first time we've seen that this tournament. There should be a word for that, and nothing is really springing to mind. So yeah, here's another one for the commentary. If you guys can think of a good term for the board taking all of the neutrals in 01, let's hear about it. I think they found that Spain to Norway across Mid-Atlantic, English Channel, North, and Norwegian. So a four fleet convoy is the longest. Although actually Norwegian wouldn't be necessary in that. So maybe Clyde, Spain to Clyde would require 4 fleets. Longest possible fleet convoy in 1901. All right, enough of that. Winter 1901, lots and lots of builds thanks to all of the neutrals getting taken. We'll start on the west. France, a fleet in Brest and an army in Marseille. Isaac Jukes in England puts down a fleet in London and an army in Edinburgh. So a little bit of the reverse of what you guys were suggesting. And we do have two armies from Germany. So this looks somewhat EG-ish with the potential that England can sort of go either way. Although I'm interested to hear if you guys have a thought on that. Toby Harris puts down in Russia, puts down Army St. Petersburg and fleet in Sevastopol. And Dan Lester, fleet and con. So that was basically saying, oh yeah, Toby, you want to play this game? Let's see.
I absolutely hate the fleet sev build. I think it's a very restrictive build right here, and I think it's I don't think it's going to serve Toby well. It really just locks you into something. It goes fully against the don't stab with builds type of approach that we always say on DBN. And it's about, it's just, there's very little you can do with that unit. And if Austria gets tempted to move up to places like Galicia or start threatening Ukraine, there's not a whole lot you can do about it with that fleet lockdown now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the question for me would be whether the taking of Romania with the fleet was itself the stab. But it does seem like these two players are locked in. Jamal, any comments on a quick comment on the builds?
No, I mean, you'll probably see a bounce in the channel here, and now Isaac's. If I'm Isaac, I'm glad I'm in Denmark because I'm going to need those builds in Scandinavia pretty quickly.
All right, let's see how the tactical battle in Scandinavia goes. And
disengage, nice.
Wow, this is a surprising set of moves in the north. Adam, talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was worried about, and it looks like Martin sniffed it out. The English move to Helgoland. That's just a devastating position for for the Germans, and it looks like England and Russia really had a plan together for Russia to drop into Baltic. And again, I don't really know why Martin put an army in Berlin instead of a fleet, but he's left himself very vulnerable in that position. He makes nice defensive moves, sniffing out and bouncing Helgoland, but he's got a lot of diplomacy to do come the fall to make sure he can work things out. Again, this is also all the more puzzling from Toby's side, because if this is something that he was able to work out, wouldn't you have rather had an army to deal with this rather than that fleet sitting in Sev? And we see what happened is he doesn't have Austria on side and loses Romania for it. France does an army conga line and slides everything around, and is going to be in a position to maybe put some pressure on Belgium. I think the most notable thing is that there's no bounce in the English Channel, and that's maybe surprising and maybe a positive for EF. Really, it looks like Germany is got a little too clever without having the alliance that he thought he had.
I wonder if there's a world here where actually Denmark wasn't agreed and Kiel was misordered, where it wasn't actually Kiel holding, it was a misorder or something that happened, and what Isaac was actually doing was just trying to bounce Denmark, but ends up getting in, and which might make a bit more logical sense for this set of moves here, where actually it's been EF the whole time. We just kind of misread it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I would put down Fleet Eddie in that case, wouldn't you? Like just have more play in the north.
Yeah. This is not like, even though England has gone nowhere, this is not bad for them. The alliance structure is what they need it to be, and no one's going to stab them.
Yeah, and they apparently are working with Russia, which is the key thing in the alliance structure that you were talking about. All right, fall of 1902, Adam. Oof.
Wow. Yeah, so again, really just a bad turn for Toby. Loses Romania, loses Sev. What looks to be I guess it doesn't really look to be an AT since he supported Italy into Greece. Looks to be like an IT. Though the convoy by Conrad to Apulia rather than Albania in this situation is interesting. I would have expected it to go to Albania. And Jamal, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but just to finish with the West, it does look like Belgium does not fall. Holland supports Belgium, and England didn't cut that. So, but Burgundy falls. So Germany's pushing into Burgundy, and maybe there is some semblance of an EG at this point. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. This is a Saturday night game, this one, right? It was Friday and then 2 Saturday games?
No, this is Sunday morning. This is earlier today.
Okay. Yeah, right. Could have gone to Albania. Maybe it's a miswrite. Yeah, maybe everyone's misordering this game a little bit, but and maybe we didn't give Martin enough credit. Maybe this whole thing was cooked up, and maybe the Helgoland bounce was a convenient. Oh no, I'm not going anywhere. Oh, I didn't make any progress. Oh, and actually, it's a ploy to get Russia out of position to then do exactly this, where St. Petersburg is almost guaranteed. And I don't know what Baltic is doing, not doing anything. Baltic at least should be. Try for Kiel or something, even if it's not going to be unsuccessful, right? But yeah.
All right, let's push forward here. Winter 1902. We have another fleet in Liverpool and armies in Trieste and Ankara, plus a fleet in Naples. So the very fluid alliance structure in the East has been fascinating to watch, and it's not hard to sort of see Dan Lester's skill in action here. He looked like in deep trouble after 1901, and suddenly is in quite good shape. Let's push forward, spring of 1903. Back to you, Jamal, to tell us all about it.
Yes, as you mentioned, Dan is not only in good shape, but Dan has Toby waving the white flag, and walking out of Moscow. And his armies are in position, and what I would give for sideline commentary on this particular board to see how Dan has sold this to David and Conrad to flip this whole thing in their favor is great. But now this is a really pretty good, strong positioned IAT, which is not a common alliance that you see, but if anyone can do it, Mr. Lester can. What have we got? Phil and Isaac are full at war now. So Irish Sea, English Channel, North Atlantic Ocean, every possible fleet battle is happening here. which means Martin is kind of back in it. So they're not, they're going into Helgeland for defensive purposes, bouncing in Denmark. I mean, the West is chaotic. I'm not sure there is actually an alliance structure. I think everyone is just trying to get a one up on everyone else, which is I mean, when the West is chaotic and everyone's moving away from you as Turkey, I mean, can Dan Lester be playing any better this weekend?
I'm now wondering, seeing the moves this turn, if that Turkish support of Italy into Greece wasn't a three-way agreed upon decision to destroy the Austrian fleet and rebuild it as an Italian fleet.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. All right, let's move forward and see if we get some more clues. Fall of 1903, Jamal.
And Dan is helping his friend Toby back into centers, because that's what you do here. Absolutely. Blowing up Ukraine's great positioning. Reading in the comments here that Conrad's giving David a lot of credit for this alliance structure, which I think makes a lot of sense, because this is also amazing for Austria. It's again, we say that the IAT is rare. It's partially because there's Austria. You're sitting there going, I'm the meat in the sandwich here. But if you're driving it, and if you're able to get people to make moves in such a way that is not going to be threatening to you, then that's really, really good. And so, props off to David for pulling this one off. The West is just chaos, more bounces. England's slipping into Holland, because why not? France doesn't make a play for Irish or English, which is interesting. I'm not sure exactly Phil's thoughts here, but maybe they're trying to let Isaac out Duke himself. And do something tricky, but Isaac doesn't fall for the bait and just picks up Holland here, which is pretty decent. Although they're not picking up St. Petersburg anymore, which is less good, but that's all right.
I feel like we need a sound effect for puns. Well done.
What I'm asking myself, if I'm Austria in this position, is why did Conrad not advance his fleets into Lyon and Tunis in this turn, or at least one or the other? If he wants to sit in Ionian, I can understand that, but why is that fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea still there and not advanced into Lyon? That's my big question mark on my head that we're going to be talking about after this turn.
All right, so here's where things stand after 3 years of gameplay. England is up top at 7, and then in second place is Turkey with 6. So an IAT with Turkey, being the biggest is maybe not what you want if you're Austria. It's a little bit like a Western triple where Germany is the smallest power. All right, winter 1903 gets an army in Smyrna and a fleet in London, and we say goodbye to that fleet in Helgoland, which has had quite a journey this game. And moving on into spring of 1904, Adam, your call.
Yeah, so we have England and Germany continuing to fight, and now France has finally decided to shift some units down south and bouncing the Western Med. And actually walks into Piedmont, which is quite interesting, and I think maybe that's why Conrad kind of went halfway, and maybe this is all agreed upon. I don't know, to allow him to shift, but I don't think he would have agreed to have that French unit into Piedmont. So interesting. Meanwhile, the English get back into Belgium, lose Holland for their troubles, but are able to retreat that up to the North Sea. So I think England is really probably in the much stronger position here against Germany, especially with the Italians now in Munich. In the East, we have Dan supporting the Austrians into Warsaw. And a whole lot of nothing happening around Turkey. I'm sure that Dan is trying to get Conrad to move Aegean back into Greece, which Conrad is not obliging.
Yeah, that support is actually from Romania, supporting in Aegean into Bulgaria's south coast, which, as it turns out, would have blown up that fleet for what it's worth. All right, fall of 1904. Talk us through it.
Yeah, which is what they do now, which I guess is probably an agreed upon move again to kind of rebalance the centers and also get rid of a unit that's not really doing very much. But this good alliance play by AIT, which is a fairly unusual alliance. I'm sure Dan is thrilled to have St. Petersburg as Turkey in 1904. That's very exciting. But they continue to advance and You know, they have Munich, they have St. Petersburg. The the Italian fleets are now starting to make some headway, and Italy will be +1, so they'll be set up to potentially push a little further. But I'm not sure how effective that's going to be. If well, it depends whether England and France are working together, which it looks like they are now, with England pushing France into Belgium, and England moving London to Wales, which is presumably both partly defensive and also to get more fleets behind the mid-Atlantic for helping against Italy's advance.
Jamal, what do you want to focus on from 1904?
I mean, it's just good alliance play from the East, right? Like, sorry, the shadows are getting weird on me now. But yeah, it's just good alliance play from the East. They're blowing up the things they need to blow up. They're in a position. They're in Munich and St. Petersburg in 1904. You know, I mean, yeah, this is unfortunately what can happen if you do take too long to resolve your theater, and the West has, you know, you're back and forth 3 different times and no one was able to be on side. And now finally Isaac and Phil are on side with each other, but it's a little too late right here. So yeah, I don't know. It's it'd be interesting to see how this one plays out, but I mean, we could be heading for a fast finish. I struggle to see anyone stabbing from this position in the Eastern Triple.
Yeah, the question is who, from a tournament perspective, who even has the incentive to do it. Dan certainly doesn't. You know, would David and Conrad think they do? Let's find out. Conrad drops 2 fleets. Phil, John, so is this the first Russian build? It's first French build in quite a while. So well done for Phil. We get an army in Trieste, and we get a rebuilt unit in Caen, this time as an army. All right, spring of 1905. Jamal, to you.
Everything's moving. So they're in Finland. They're in Warsaw from behind, which makes sense. And yeah, so Hales in the in the chat here saying the Western Med is going to be a bloodbath, and yeah, I think the whole West is going to be a bloodbath pretty soon. Look, I mean, Isaac and Phil are doing a good job as much as they can to form a defensive line, going up to Sweden, going into Denmark, you know, propping up Germany. We're not going to kill Germany here, absolutely not. But yeah, I mean, the Italian fleets are coming, and if Sailorman Conrad can get his fleet sailing well, then this is going to be over fairly quickly, I think.
This is crushing move. Mid-Atlantic doesn't go to Spain, and so the Leon is.
Yeah, I think Isaac and Phil made some major mistakes here. Actually, I don't think they're making the right moves. You know, Mid-Atlantic should have gone to Spain here, and English should have gone to the Mid-Atlantic, right? And that's a really big mistake for them, and going to be a big problem for them filling things out, because now in order for them to retake Spain, it's a guess. They have to cover Portugal, and they only have 1 English fleet behind the Mid-Atlantic line, which in another turn is potentially going to be catastrophic if they don't turn something around and get it back on that line. They don't need those units against Turkey. All they need is Sweden and Norway. Sweden supports Norway. Will hold that forever against those 2 armies up there. So they don't need to be in all those other places right now.
For all of his prowess in this game, one thing Dan can't do as Turkey is build a fleet in St. Petersburg.
That's right. North Sea going into Baltic can protect Berlin, and everything else is pretty well under control there.
All right, well, let's keep pushing here. Fall of 1905, and Jamal, you are in charge here.
Well, they do make up for that mistake before, which I totally missed Mid-Atlantic holding. So thanks for picking that up, Adam. But they make up for it now by Marseille going to Spain, which is the correct guess here. They retreat back to Marseille. Piedemont's gone, but that's all right. Yeah, that the line is where it is at the moment. So I think they may have actually gotten to their line here okay, because Italy doesn't have a fleet in North Africa yet, so they're not inherently fast enough on that front. So I think they should be okay, assuming France can rebuild a fleet Brest here and they'll just hold Mid-Atlantic. Other than that, Austria's taking Berlin, and they had to do it now because Baltic's coming there to rescue it, so it's gone, unfortunately. And yeah, I see Germany, unfortunately, not guessing right to maybe snap Munich back here, which would have been fun had they been able to do it. But no, they do not. Dan walks out of Warsaw because why would you bother humming Austria here? Yeah, okay. So we're maybe at a line kind of here.
Well, I mean, Burgundy is the big problem here, right?
Yeah, I think France has got to rebuild an army, not a fleet here, and hope that get England to pull their North Sea fleet back to the Channel to cover things. Then they can cover Burgundy for the moment. But yeah, this could get dicey actually. Does Italy have a pull though? Because they lose Munich, don't they? Or no, they don't. Because Austria walked out, nobody followed in, right?
Yeah,
that's right. And they have a rebuild, so they'll be rebuilding the Spain unit.
Okay, we can rebuild. Well, the rebuild doesn't matter so much as just not having to pull.
Yeah,
but I think France has got to build Paris here, right? Don't they?
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
probably.
So.
I'm bad at tactics. Don't listen to me on tactics.
All right, we do get the army there. Conrad rebuilds as a fleet, and we do get another Austrian army. This is now a tactical battle. The question is, I think Ruhr, I think they can take Kiel. I don't know. Let's see. There's not a whole lot at stake here, but
yeah.
So Adam, talk us through it.
Yeah, so these are the right moves, right? Belgium supporting Paris to Burgundy, Irish Sea going out to the Mid-Atlantic, North going to the English Channel. So these are all the right moves by the West to try to set up the stalemate line. Ultimately, what they need to be doing is they're going to be in Belgium and Burgundy. So Belgium will help them hold Burgundy against Munich and Ruhr. Gascony will hold Marseille. Portugal will hold Spain. So that side of the board is now locked down. The northern part of the board is locked down. Norway supports Sweden. St. Petersburg is not going to be threatened from the current position. England would need to get another fleet up into Barents to be able to threaten St. Petersburg, which they're not going to be able to do. So this board is pretty much locked down unless somebody on the eastern side decides to make a stab.
I think he might go for it this turn, but I'm disappointed in Dan Lester not going for the immediate triple Jade Buddha Peace Prize. We would have had to rename it the Dan Lester Peace Prize. Yeah, what are you doing? Finland doesn't need to go to Norway here. It's not getting in. Just hold.
All right, fall of 1906. Adam, to you.
Yeah, in fact, you can't move Finland. Did he move Finland? I mean, you shouldn't move Finland here because you really want to just support it from St. Pete. I can't tell. Did it get piffed?
No, because Norway tried to support Bothnia into Finland, and
yeah, I was going to say you do want to move Finland here because actually Norway taps St. Petersburg and you get Finland popped, so you kind of actually want to move it to.
Oh, so you can rebuild it? You mean?
Yeah, I mean, either way, even if you just hold it, it could still go if Norway moves and taps St. Petersburg. So I guess you wanted to go Finland to Norway in case that happened, but. It's much more
yeah, but the interesting move we have here is England one-dotting France for Brest for some reason,
while letting Conrad into mid-Atlantic Ocean,
while supporting the Italian into Belgium. I am not sure. I mean, this is brilliant on Conrad's part to convince England to make these moves. Well done. Conrad, honestly, I think this is not a good choice for Isaac, but it certainly will open up this game. But I don't think it's going to be helpful to. It's not going to be as helpful to England as it is to Italy, and potentially. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do to the dynamic on the other side of the board. we'll see.
It's interesting. I actually had this happen to me in a game about a month ago where I was France and. I think it was Simon or someone in England, cracks, is, in this position, it should be holding mid-Atlantic, holding the line, and instead, one dot stabs and essentially puts Italy into mid-Atlantic Ocean. My reaction in this position was to pull everything from the Italian line and immediately charge England with nothing else because you're done anyway here, right? Like you're not,
absolutely.
Like, France has no centers on the board anymore in this position if England's against them. And it is, I mean, yeah, all-out punishment to England here is potentially on the cards.
So it's quite a move on Isaac's part. And the answer is an army in London. Interesting.
Well, I think he's probably going to convoy to Picardy or to Belgium or something like that, right?
Yeah, but it means Liverpool is.
Feed it in from Italy now.
So Conrad has other things to do with Mid-Atlantic, so that's probably a saving grace here. But if Conrad wanted to, and he's crafty enough to do it, knowing that London is likely not going to Wales or York here. He could just go up and take it if he wanted to. But
So
Go to North Atlantic. Why not?
this will not happen, but I would love to see Conrad go to North Atlantic, Mid Atlantic, Lyon to West, Venice to Tuscany, and then convoy to Liverpool.
For Conrad's trouble, he did lose Bulgaria, he lost Munich and had to pull the fleet in Bulgaria, which, changes the calculus in the West a little bit, or in the East a little bit. Dan Lester, if he wanted to, does have growth opportunity at his neighbor's expense. The game continues. Spring of 1907. Jamal, back to you.
Dan Lester has decided that he's submitting the same orders every single turn and gone to the bar. This is good. Sorry, here's a great thing from Conrad.
Conrad does it.
Yeah, this is amazing. He's pulling Austria into Piedmont too, right? Which is, again, Venice is still vulnerable because Austria's gone to Trieste, which you can't love as Conrad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, that's the correct organizational alliance play, is to pull Tyrolia away so that you don't have two on Venice. Unfortunately, David had other ideas, but Conrad has done it, and he has decided to go up to North Atlantic. And Isaac's going to lose Liverpool for his trouble. That's a real shame there. And whilst Conrad can't Conrad could convoy Austria into Liverpool here. Please, Conrad.
Please.
Austria, get him on to Liverpool. Come on.
You want the 4-fleet convoy. You just want to see it.
I want Austria, Liverpool.
We want Austria in England is great.
That's crazy. Poor Isaac's got to be like immediately. Conrad turns around, but Conrad is crafty, right? He's definitely somebody who likes to twist the knife, I think. All right, the answer is. Does an army get into Liverpool, and is it Austrian? That is the question, and the answer is no.
Oh, Conrad. Greedy. He takes Spain. He takes
Jamal,
Spain for himself. Yeah. He takes Liverpool for himself. Puts France into Holland, and France is walking back into Brest. So this is exactly why you don't break the line like this, Isaac, right? Like this, I get it, but you're breaking what remained of your alliance, and then you're suddenly up against the alliance that has never broken all game. Conrad is not picking you as the alliance partner in this situation. They're picking the people they've been working with all game. It's really tricky. But look, the missed opportunity is there. Yeah, you talked about it, but you didn't, though. You didn't go through with it. So just come on, be better, Conrad. Be better. But look, other than that, this is now just about how many centers the East wants, and whether Dan will come back from the bar in time to write a different set of orders.
Yeah, and Dan, as far as the tournament goes, had his mission was sort of, I think David Wigglesworth was the one, that was in the top 5, something like that, and made sure Dan didn't get 200 points. And, that's mission accomplished there. Winter 1907 gets us some more units on the board, and so now Italy and Austria are at 8 centers, and what should happen from here? Jamal.
What should happen is a Fogel with this Eastern Alliance. I think what will happen is a draw. I think Dan doesn't care about being on top here, and Italy and Austria can win this game jointly. It's a question of how quickly they want to do it and how many centers they want to get. I don't think there's a stab for anything. Dan is the only one who could stab here for a bigger score themselves. And why would Dan bother?
Yeah, I think the question is, do Conrad or Isaac care enough to try to be playing for second place in this tournament, right? And I don't remember what their first round scores were. I think they were both okay, maybe not super strong. So does one of them want to try to get a particularly strong result to be in play for second place in the tournament?
All right, let's find out. And we have our answer. Oh, by the way, I do know this round was year limited, but not at a year that was announced beforehand. It could have been either after 7, 8, or 9 years. And this game ended after 7 years by draw. This was not a year limited game. Okay, so Dan, mission accomplished. No one on this board passed him, so now he just has to pay attention to the other board and see if anything interesting happens over there. You guys, Eastern alliances. I actually tend to think that there's more work to be done by the community in figuring out Eastern triples. The Western triple is something that sort of people fall back on when they don't know what else to do. In the East, there's kind of the AIR, but it doesn't function as well as the Western triple because the AIR all has to go towards away from the other side of the board for a while. So I personally think there's work to do to develop more Eastern triples. And here we have a case where there is a different one, an AIT. Do you guys think that it was that this was a sort of good way for this game to evolve, or do you think it was artificial in some way that you don't like? And Adam, we'll start with you.
I mean, I think it made a lot of sense under the circumstances, right? And part of the reason, this alliance is not something you frequently see is because of how just the instability of three powers that are typically looking at many of the same centers for their own growth, right? And, whenever you have Turkey behind two of the powers that could get that's inherently going to be a destabilized alliance. In this case, you have Dan, who probably doesn't care that much about having a huge score in this game because he's leading the tournament, and unless there's something crazy going on the other board, his chances of winning are pretty much guaranteed, right? And so it was a perfect setup for a game where you have an alliance that's not stabilized to say, hey, let's go in and have some fun and try something unconventional and just work with it. So I think it was set up well for this game, but in a game where everybody is really looking to maximize their results, I think this plays out a lot differently.
Got it. You think it's very situation specific, in other words. Jamal, over to you.
Yeah, look, I think Adam is spot on. This alliance works because Turkey is happy to just stop. And if Turkey's not happy to stop, then Turkey has to be taking Warsaw, Bulgaria, Greece here, which is fine. But I'm starting to get worried as Austria in that situation, and if Turkey's got too many fleets down the south, it's workable based on the fact that you have a Turkey who's very, very content to sit in third place and just have a position to make sure Austria doesn't get 15, and that's it. That's all they care about.
Yeah, I guess what I want to the point I want to make, it's not as well developed as it could be. Maybe I'll sit down and try to write an article about this at some point. Is that I think that there is a balance in the game to be found if there can be more Eastern triples that evolve in similar ways to the Western triple. And what I want to say is that Turkey could function in a similar way as England does in a Western triple. And there is always a danger in a Western triple that England sort of, gets too powerful and can spring from behind. Go ahead.
Just on that, Brand, I have run this structured alliance before, and it's worked. But the way that it worked more fluidly is actually for Italy to build almost no fleets, and for Turkey to be the fleet power coming south through Tunis. And that in that world, Italy's actually predominantly an army power that's going up into Germany and France that way. And Turkey's just got wraparound fleets, and they've got so many of them that they're not really a threat to the others. That to me is the more natural way for this alliance to work. Turkish armies up in St. Petersburg is great, but they're not going any further. So you kind of want the Austrian armies up there if you're really doing it this way.
That's interesting, and that would paint Turkey much more like England in a literal sense. Adam.
Yeah, I think there's this idea that triple alliances in general are not stable, yet there's some mystique about the Western triple where it is more stable. It's a threat to Germany, but it's an inherently more stable triple. I think that's inherently false. I don't think the Western triple is any more stable than any of these other triples. I just think it's played more often and run more often, but I don't think that, believing it so makes it so.
Yeah, this is kind of why I think this is like something for the culture to sort of figure out, is to have things in the East that function in a similar way. That I think it's there. I think we see different alliances sort of come in and out of fashion, and I think there's room for an Eastern alliance or Eastern alliances, because there are more possibilities.
Well, AIR, right? AIR
Yeah.
is sort of the mystique that's the counter
Right.
to the Western Triple, right?
Right. I guess I just want to see ones that also, include Turkey. And so, as Wardy has pointed out, there's the ART, which in that case, and that is a case where Turkey, builds only fleets and functions quite well. And I think, Jamal's interestingly pointing out a possibility where Turkey does that in the context of an AIT, not an ART. This will be all be interesting to sort of work out in more detail. And probably Diplomacy World is the place for us to do that. For now, however, we have some work to finish up because we have one more game left. That means we're going to bring Johnny Gillum back on stage. And Jamal, does that mean that you are getting a break here?
I think it does.
All right. Do you want to stick around and join for the end?
Sure, I'll come back.
All right, cool. See you in a bit. All right, let's dive back in here. We've got one more game to cover, and here are the players on that game. Theo Fox in Austria, Klaas de Graaf in England, Marcus Zelstra in France, James Hardy, I think playing his first game in this tournament, in Germany. Ian Wilson, remember Ian is the one with 115 points in one game, and so I think he's the big threat to Dan here, playing in Italy. Russia, Gunter Bedson, and in Turkey, Micah Blom. All right, so this is definitely a fun board. Look, we've got players in places 3, 5, and 2, all in the East. Let's dive in and see what happens, shall we? And Adam, you are first up. Talk us through the Spring of 1901 moves.
All right, we finally got an English channel opening. I think this is the first one in 6 games that we've seen, right, from either power. So England drops down there while going to Yorkshire, not Wales, so that's noticeable. France does a fairly standard opening of going up to Picardy, and Spain leaving Burgundy open. And this is not a coordinated jump on France because we don't see anything from German in Burgundy or Italian in Piedmont, but rather those powers are making sort of typical plays in Germany, going up to Denmark and making its play for Ruhr. Italy making the less common move of Rome to Naples and holding in Venice, while there's a bounce in Warsaw. Armenian fist bump allowing Turkey to get that fleet out to Constantinople.
All right, fall of 1901. Let's hear it.
Okay, so England takes Belgium with the fleet and convoys up to Norway. That is always a interesting split way to do it, and typically not something you love as France because it does give them the potential to have a number of units on the English Channel come 1902 should they build that fleet in London. But France does manage to take the 2 centers, Portugal and Spain, covering Brest, so preventing themselves from building a fleet there. So that will probably play into what England does with their builds. Meanwhile, Germany moves up to Skagerrak. Don't see that very often, so that's really interesting and could be anti-English or anti-Russian. It's a fairly equivocal move. But the fact that there was no threatening in Belgium suggests that it's more likely to be an EG in this board. Austria opts to move to Trieste to protect that against the Italians. The Italians convoy to Tunis, while Russia gets into the Black Sea, which is interesting because it seems like Micah was maybe okay with that or knew that was going to happen, given the support for Ukraine into Romania here. So really quite a actually unusual and interesting fall. I'm curious to hear Johnny's thoughts.
Let's hear it, Johnny.
Yeah. I think point 1 is that Dan's chances of winning the tournament have increased exponentially after this turn. Having Turkey in the Aegean already. I mean, Ian's the only person in the whole tournament who can race him, right? And this is not
if Micah
that covers Trieste.
If Micah could get a big score, I think 190 is what Micah would need to tie, which is possible, but I think that's going to be like 15, 10, something like that.
Possible. It's possible. The 7 to black thing is interesting. I do think it's arranged. It's the second time this tournament we've seen this in 01. I really hesitate to do this as Turkey. I mean, maybe we're going to pull it into con and blow it up. That's what was supposed to happen last time, and then there was a stab and Turkey died. So hopefully it goes better this time. I would hesitate to do this as Micah here, but
It's really hard
for Italy. Go ahead.
It's really hard, right? Because if you're working with the Russians, you want them to have the army in Romania, right? And in which case you're just counting on them to hold and 7 this position, which a lot of Russians just aren't going to be willing to do that.
Well, let's find out if
Yeah.
Mike is creative, right? I feel like Black going to Khan and passing through is a possibility here. So, all right, did we get all of the neutrals again? We did. Well done. So round 3 is for I want something for that. I want a term for that. Something about like, getting all you can eat buffet. That's not quite right. There's got to be some food metaphor. For our pleasure, we do get in winter of 1901, Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. Thank you very much, Gunter Bedson. Declaration of intent right there. So clearly Gunter was not happy with Skagerrak, finding a fleet in Skagerrak at the end of 1901. Let's see, we have class building Edinburgh and London, Fleet Army in that order. Marcus, unable to build in Brest, which is actually kind of a blessing if you want to keep your cards close to your vest. Has to build the fleet in Marseille. So lots of possibilities open there. All right, but Gunter with that fleet, St. Petersburg is definitely the headline, South Coast. But also, I think if you're Micah, you're probably breathing easier. If you had any doubts about Gunter's intentions here, there's nothing in Sevastopol, not even in Moscow, and that Warsaw, it's probably more useful for you together than against you. All right,
Sevastopol's build is very bold with that English army in Norway. That's very bold. It's a super bold build, and especially without putting Moscow behind it.
There's an army in Livonia, so it's worth noting that, which is also unusual for spring 1901 position. All right, spring of 1902, Johnny, down to you.
All right, so let's look at interesting things here. Yeah, so it looks like it is going to be EF, which is kind of what I was thinking with those builds. Klaus playing KG goes Eddie to Clyde just to be sure, but convoys into Holland. I like this play. I think this is the right play for both of them at this point. Meanwhile, Ian is attacking Austria, and Austria maybe knows it and is attacking Ian. Maybe. It's hard because Greece doesn't go to Ionian, so it's not a full attack, and Trieste doesn't tap Venice, but Venice also doesn't trap Trieste. I don't know what these moves mean. I think they're very inefficient. I wouldn't really like these moves as either of the two of them. I think it's very curious. And then Black does go to Khan, and I do think that's going to be arranged. I think that's what you do here. If you're in this position as RT, I think that's what you do here. They're either going to blow it up or they're going to push it into the Aegean, and Aegean's going to go to the Ionian. So I think that's good alliance play.
If you're Italy in this position, with Turkey already out in the Aegean Sea, just put another fleet in Smyrna. You cannot be in this position. You cannot be forced to make these moves under any circumstances. You need to just tell Austria whatever they need to hear so that this doesn't happen. This is counter to what you need. This is counter to what Austria needs. It's just horrible for both of you, and you need to do a better job of making sure this doesn't happen.
Yeah. Unless he thinks he can get Russia on side. By doing
Russia's not coming down against Austria from this position, right?
Clearly, yeah. Now we can see that. Yes.
All right. Well, so I think one thing for Ian is that Russia and Turkey are working together, so it's possible that they might attack Austria here. Maybe that would be, I think, your only hope at this point, right? But I will agree that Ian's chances of winning the tournament are dropping precipitously. The answer for fall 1902 is.
Oh yeah, Western Med doesn't help. Oh, but Austria moves away, so that's Austria and Italy reading the room correctly and figuring out that they couldn't afford a fight. So that's good for them. That's the right play. Yeah. Khan does make it into the Aegean with the support of Greece, and Turkey pulls the unit off the board instead of retreating to Smyrna. So that's curious. That could mean any number of things. Austria is clearly stabbing Russia, but also pulling them forward into the Aegean. Interesting.
It's very curious, right?
Yeah.
Like if we get Fleet Khan here,
right? Exactly. Yeah.
Whoa.
Or Army Smyrna or something. Probably Fleet Khan though.
Fleet Khan, because Black Sea is
we already have
Turkey's if
Ink.
they want it.
Would it have been overly clever for Theo to move to Greece to Aegean here to bounce that? And well, I guess he didn't even need to do that to bounce that, but just to make sure that the Russian unit got stopped in Khan, so that Turkey actually had a pull.
Well, but Theo's outstabbing Russia here, right? Gal setting up on Rom, Bohemia. So you don't want.
I guess you don't want the build. You don't want the build coming down. Yeah,
exactly.
It's not incredible. It's incredible, right? Supporting a hostile unit and blowing. Yeah. Oh God. But this is
That's
fascinating.
A good play.
Fascinating.
Great for Ian too.
Yeah.
And in the north, France gets Belgium, so France's position continues to look good. England gets Holland. England looks good still. Pulls off Belgium instead of retreating to English Channel. So they're working really well together, these two. And Russia just absolutely comes in on Germany at exactly the wrong time because Austria is coming in on Russia. So that Theo is completely pulled one over on Gunther, and Gunther is going to suffer.
All right. Anything to add, Adam?
No, I mean, if this was a feint by AI that was planned from the beginning, that's brilliant. And if it wasn't a feint, but they got their stuff together and figured out to do this, it was also brilliant. So my hat's off to both of them.
Mm-hmm. All right. How much are we hoping for Fleet Khan here? Like how much?
I don't know that that's what I want to do if I'm Turkey right now, but it'd be interesting.
I'm not saying it's a good play, although I think I can see some good arguments for it. But in terms of clever craftiness,
I guess the problem is then you've got to pull Eastern Med back to Smyrna. You're really leaving yourself vulnerable to Italy at that point, and maybe you trust Italy enough because they've now got France on their back, so you're not going to be worried about them. So maybe you feel like you can get away with it. But what are you playing for? What centers are you playing for? And it's maybe at best Sev in the short term, right?
Yeah.
The question is, can you get a center by sticking with Russia? I don't know if you can get Greece or not from this position.
All right, let's find out. The answer is yes. Yes. Entertainment value is here. I would love to know if this was planned between Micah and Theo, or if maybe Theo was supposed to support Aegean into the Ionian, which was guaranteed, and pulled this on their own. Fascinating. All right. If anyone is in the comments who was part of this, let us know. Elsewhere, we have Army in Paris and Fleet in London. I think you want Fleet Brest here if you're France, don't you?
Fleet what? Oh,
didn't you just stab? You're fighting England, aren't you? Or you don't think this is arranged? A stab?
I don't think. Yeah, I think that's arranged.
If it's a stab, England retreats to the Channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And you pull Eddie. You pull Eddie.
Thank you. Good point. I mean, why is Clyde going to? Anyway, let's move on.
Though there's an argument for Fleet Marseille here, but
yeah. I don't see the argument. Yeah,
I'm not sure why you need another army, but maybe you just want to have something back in France to be covering Marseille, and you want to be able to go up to Ruhr and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I think that there's an argument for both.
Fair enough. All right, spring of 1903. This is back to you, Adam.
Yeah, and the reason you don't build Marseille is because you're not going south yet, and that makes perfect sense. So you do the whole Ruhr thing. You sit in Gascony as a deterrent. These are good moves by Marcus. I have no complaints with what he's doing here. I think slow playing this makes sense. Let the East play itself out before you get too embroiled there. Meanwhile, Klaus goes north, as you would expect with these moves. He's working with the Russians, and Russia is basically pulling back. So he's helping Russia into Denmark, probably looking to take Sweden behind him, and just let Russia pull his stuff back and deal with the Austrians who are in Romania now. Micah is now in Armenia, which could be I think it's not a attack on Russia. I mean, if she slips into Sev, these things happen, but I don't think the intent is for it to be a stab to walk into Sev. It's probably to help cover things from Austria at this stage. And you can see by Serbia attacking Bulgaria, Greece making aggressive moves. It doesn't suggest that she's switched sides, at least yet.
Yeah, which raises the possibility that the plan was not what Micah wanted in fall of 1902. All right, let's talk about fall of 1903, Adam.
Well, shows what we know, right? This is well. I mean, I don't know what any of this means. This could all have been arranged with Micah, with everyone, right? Because Micah could tell Russia, "Hey, I'm going to take the support into Sev. Why don't you take Khan behind me so you don't have the pull from that? And if you have a disband from up north, you can just pull the fleet, and that's okay, and we're good." So, she could be playing both sides very credibly right here, which is just beautiful if that's what's going on. Meanwhile, what else is happening? That's rough for Germany. They tap Silesia to try to protect Berlin, but end up walking in, which allows France to just walk into Munich. So that is really a rough turn. It looks like they're losing everything this turn, down 4. That is just brutal for Germany. It happens. You're surrounded, and nice moves by everyone around you. So it looks like England was content with putting Russia into Denmark, letting France take Holland behind them, and I think France builds 2. Russia maybe is going to be even, I guess, from losing Romania and Sev, getting Khan and Berlin. But England gets nothing, which is really like a mistake on Klaas's part, I think.
To be fair, Bohemia supports Munich to Silesia is very clever. England probably didn't see that coming, right? I mean, in this case,
you're right, Danny. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But Burgundy rarely makes it into Munich here, so. Yeah.
But it didn't need the support, right? Because Silesia was the mover to Berlin, so it didn't actually even need the support to get into Silesia, as it turned out.
It happened that way, yeah. But you're
right.
You're not expecting this.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, everything's coming up Marcus at the moment, and that's good for Fleet Marseille, Army Paris. Elsewhere, we get armies in Vienna and Moscow. All right, let's push forward. Spring of 1904. Johnny, down to you.
Okay, and Micah and Gunter switch 7, Khan back. So we're back to our initial positions after 3 years of screwing around, which I don't love if I'm RT, but okay. As Micah, you probably rather there not be a fleet Khan from an enemy unit. Meanwhile, Marcus does not make good on his implied threat to go take Tunis, which he made by building Fleet Marseille. Instead, Marcus moves up into Mau, Spain south coast, west just bounces Ionian and Tunis, and he moves up to Belgium and Picardy. So this is maybe a kind of stab on England. It's kind of a weak, it's not really a stab, it's more of a realignment of position. I don't know. I mean, you could have had Tunis this year if you wanted it. I don't know if this is better. And then Norway convoyed to Holland with no support, just tapped it. Is that what happened?
I believe it was supported by Helgoland. Let's see.
No, Helgoland's supporting Kiel.
Helgoland supports Kiel, yeah.
I see. Yeah, so unsupported.
So I think what probably happened here is Klaas goes to Marcus and says, "Hey, you weren't supposed to get Munich here. This wasn't the deal. You need to let me back into Holland. You need to let Norway back into Holland. You got too much." And Marcus went, yeah, okay, whatever you say, boss. And then went, absolutely not. No, I'm going to keep Holland. Thank you very much.
I don't know why. I don't know why this is what you're doing if you're Klaas instead of taking St. Petersburg, Sweden, and Denmark this year, right?
I agree.
I mean, why do you even care about? Why do you even care about Holland?
I totally agree. Maybe you're trying to balance the East, but I mean, I agree.
All right, fall of 1904.
And now it's because I guess you're fighting France, but go ahead, John.
Yeah, but this, oh God. Yeah, I don't like this. Boy. Okay, so he does take Sweden, Klaas does. So Klaas is up 1 on the year. France is down 1 because they lost Munich to a combined English, Italian, Austrian attack when they could have had Tunis. That's questionable to me. And they do this big conga line bouncing in now. England gets into English. So this really, whatever breakdown happened here between EF it was really not good for France. France sort of just taking Tunis, I think. Meanwhile, in the East, the build from Munich is given to Italy and Greece, which I think is fine. But at the same time, RT really are back together despite everything. And so they successfully convoy Ankh into Rum, which is cute. I like it. That's great. I think it's great for RT to be together. Aegean hold, given that, is really questionable. But Mike is a good diplomat, and she made it happen. So good for her.
Really don't like the EF fighting here. There's no reason. They both have plenty to gain without doing this. They could have been pushing through the middle of the board now. Instead, their units are in all kinds of stupid places. They've lost so much momentum. I just absolutely hate this. I'm sorry, but I have to say it.
Marcus does this. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask Adam if he has a strong opinion about what's going
on.
No,
not at all.
This is how Marcus plays. He doesn't like setting up for stabs. He plays until he senses that someone has like this much of an edge over him, and then he flips. There's like a balance of power flip, even if it's like a terrible stab, because he feels like he has to be fighting the different person. Which works really well for him in press diplomacy. I don't know. I question it, but we'll see how it goes. He's still on the board, so.
The net is that Class has units pointed at the Western Mediterranean, a brand new one in Liverpool. Ian Wilson, whose name we have not talked about, who can win this tournament, gets to 5 units in 1904. And I think if Ian can start growing here, then we do start to talk about, does Ian have a path to like 12 or 13, and can that get him the tournament? Spring of 1905. Adam, to you.
Yeah, and to be clear, I think the English-France war is not just bad for Marcus. I think it's bad for Class too. But we'll see. It looks like in this position, he's in the Mid-Atlantic. He's in Irish. He's in North Atlantic. Okay, I'm not sure if that gets him any position, but it gets him position. I'm not sure if it gets him any dots, but it's interesting. It certainly creates some guesses come the fall. Elsewhere on the board, Italy is now sending units against France, so that's good news for Class, I guess. And in the East, I see a lot of things that didn't work around Austria. So it looks like Austria is defending, and Turkey is repositioning to get that fleet out.
And Italy's not doing anything down there.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Italy and Greece wanting to play the part of Switzerland right now, right? Because they're kind of working with both Austria and Turkey, and just say, like, no, I'm not going to support you to Aegean right now. No, I'm not going to support you to Bulgaria right now. That whole kind of thing.
All right, let's look at fall 1905.
Yeah.
And, but now they're going to support somebody. Is that supporting Aegean to Bulgaria? That's what it looks like.
That's right.
Yeah. And now Russia is making their move against Turkey. So Austria had a good pitch, and that pitch was you take Romania back, you sneak into Armenia. Forgot something. I forgot to cover Sev. Whoops. Maybe not the greatest stab in the world. Sorry about that. So Romania is taken, but now you've got a Turkish army in Sev, so you've swapped there. We'll see where that goes. And you've got an army that's now kind of out in Armenia, which, I think can fix this kind of situation, but it's definitely awkward and will cost some momentum next turn. Elsewhere, we have the French using all of their abilities to kick out the English from the mid-Atlantic Ocean. And that's about it, really.
Johnny, I want to focus on Ian Wilson here a little bit, because he's not under direct threat right now, and so the question is there a path here for him to get big and try to win this tournament? And what does he need to be doing right now to try to open that path up?
I think he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing. I think these are great moves from Ian. For some reason, EF are locked in this death war that they shouldn't be locked in, and Ian's fleet is the one that turns the tide, right? it's 3-on-3, except for this fleet in the Western Met. So Ian gets to decide. And I think what Ian probably does here is he supports England back in to Mao. He puts that army in Venice into Piedmont, and now he's got a pretty good shot at taking Iberia. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, RT are fighting. So AI can get together. They've been together pretty much this whole game. He can go take some stuff in Turkey. He's already got Greece. And this is Ian's playing perfectly.
Do you want him in moving Tyrrhenian to Lyon though instead of Ionian, or at least holding holding? Because now you can't move to Lyon.
I don't think you do, because I think you don't want to spook England. You don't want England to start thinking that you're going to take everything, right? I've just got this one fleet over here, and it's basically an English fleet. You don't ever have to worry about it, right? You tell that fleet what to do. It doesn't matter. It'll support anything you want, and you can go take those centers later. Meanwhile, Ionian can go take Smyrna here, which is more important.
All right, let's push forward and see how things.
So we had some centers change in, but there were no adjustments that year, huh?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't
funny.
paying close enough attention. So yeah, there were no adjustments. All right, so then down to you, Johnny, for spring of 1906.
Yeah, and I did also just want to point out that I think what happened here between RT, we didn't mention it at the time. In the last build phase, Micah built Army Inc. when she could have built Fleet Smyrna. And it was a very weird build. I wanted to point it out at the time. And then it just went to con and did nothing. And if she'd have built Fleet Smyrna, that was the RT build. Army Inc. is weird. She's in the Black Sea. You spooked Russia. You built a unit that can't do anything. So Russia says, all right, I don't believe you that you're with me. And now it's chaos. And what do we see? We see Austria gets Romania. And they haven't figured it out. They haven't got back together. And this is just really good for Austria and ugly for everybody else. I'm interested that Aegean, Greece, Ionian, these fleets didn't really do anything. So this looks like maybe another IAT thing, at least for this turn, which is not what I would have expected, but it's not the worst thing. And then Italy goes and does the opposite of what I suggested. Italy's supporting France here. Interesting. Fine. If you're going to get Marseille out of it, go ahead.
The net result is still stasis, though, which is that a possible advantage for Italy, or do you think what Italy should be doing is trying to get Marseille and the Iberian dots?
It depends on the diplomatic situation, really. If Klaus says, yeah, you can support me in, but if you take a single center, then it's over between me and you. Then, okay, I'm working with France. Right? It just all depends.
Got it. All right, let's move forward into the fall here. And Johnny, tell us what you see. Oh, wow. Oh, man.
There's so many things you could be saying wow to here. Arm to Sev, Sev to Rum, Bull to Sir, Con to Bull.
Yeah, that's
pretty
what
good.
I was looking at.
That's pretty good. That's great. That's great for Micah. Look at that for Micah. I love it. You don't need to keep Sev. That doesn't matter. RT's back on again for the umpteenth time in this game. And well, didn't you say that Micah could win this with a huge score?
Yeah, but I think it needs to be especially big, like 190 points.
I mean, if this game goes to 1909, and you give me this Turkish position, it's not likely, but I don't know. I'm not counting myself out. And Italy, yeah, I don't know. It's okay. I don't think Italy is gonna get Marseille. I think you need to support England in the mount. I think maybe because France is going down Holland. Holland's going to go to Russia here, which is interesting. So there's an ER alliance, which there kind of has been the whole game, actually. That's going to take down Marcus from the north. And maybe that's why you're supporting Marcus in the south. And you're hoping he's going to let you into those last dots because you were his only friend in the end. Could work. Maybe.
Adam, thoughts on 1906?
I'm still pondering this Ionian and Greece fleets for Italy, and I just can never love seeing two units being used to hold one center, and it feels very inefficient. And I commented when he moved from Tyrrhenian Sea back to the Ionian, and it's just sat there for a couple of turns. So I'm just not feeling like the utility of that particular units, but maybe protection is worth it, especially with Micah now pulling some Turkish units out. Now, maybe you've got to be worried about that kind of thing. But, had it been closer to France and you have a better play for Marseille, I don't know. Does that change the equation? I don't know.
Well, certainly if Ian's going to, make a run at the tournament, he needs to be growing at this stage, not staying still. And so those units need to be like planted in the soil and sprouting roots and growing more units. And that's definitely not what they're doing. And also, Aegean and Greece not doing anything, right? Like there's clearly a breakdown of communication between Austria and, or at least, inability to anticipate what the other side is going to do, or that they are the other side. That's also,
yeah. I mean, they could have taken a shot at least at keeping them out of keeping
Exactly.
Mike out of Bulgaria, right?
Exactly.
That would have been the logical thing to be doing there.
All right. The net result is that we have 3 new armies, all in the Eastern Theater, and they are Russian and Turkish. And the Juggernaut does seem to be, at least in effect, if not necessarily in
You
position.
got to hand it to Gunther, though, who's really played through some hard positions and managed to stay really not just in this game, but now he's topping this board. I mean, I think that's really impressive that he's gotten to this point, and his position looks a lot more solid than it has, for years. So really impressive.
I think Gunter was in. If Gunter got a huge score, I think there was some. Why don't we have a look at the standings as they exist as of what we have seen? Yeah, so Gunter is, needs to add, 140 points to what he has now, which is
a lot.
So 250. Okay, so maybe Gunter is, but Gunter is clearly playing, for at least second place. All right, let's go back to the game here and move forward. Spring of 1907. Adam, to you.
Yeah. Okay, so now Mike is setting up to leave the Black Sea. I think we're finally in. Okay, let's roll the RT mode and get some units doing some things. So so she pulls back to Khan. Of course, at this point, it's going to make things harder because those reverse fleets. Well, it's not going to be that hard because they can kick Italy out of Greece and make the right taps they need to make. But it's a little bit slower. But she puts the Russian into Budapest. Russia's now sending units towards Germany, back out to Galicia. So very nice aggressive moves by RT here. Really like what they're doing. And the other on the in the West. This is really interesting that England is now taking Holland from Russia. I don't know what to make of that. They don't also drop into Denmark, which you would think they would do if it was a stab. So I wonder.
I think they're blowing up the fleet.
Yeah, I wonder if this was an agreed upon move. There must have been some sort of miscommunication, I'll call it, between England and France, unless France wanted England to be in the mid-Atlantic, because they certainly didn't make any move to prevent England from being there. I'm not quite sure what to make of that, considering Brest just held and they just walked out. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And Brest is now almost guaranteed.
I read this as Marcus breaking a deal that he had with Ian, and Klaus breaking a deal that he had with Marcus about breaking the deal with Ian. Because Brest is breaking. You can probably have Brest here, right? And Belgium.
Well, I don't see how you don't, right? Unless it's a misorder. Unless you misorder, I think.
That's it. So it's kind of a guess, but
lots of deals and hearts broken, littered around.
Oh, I see. It's a guess. Yeah. Okay.
But that works too.
Yep.
Yeah.
No follow. Irish doesn't follow into Mid-Atlantic, interestingly enough. So. Yeah, perhaps that was. And then Berlin. Sorry, I know I'm doing Adam's job, but Berlin and Holland bouncing in Kiel is very funny.
Yeah.
Adam, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an agreed upon bounce, though, isn't it? To keep the Austrian out. That to me looks like it's probably arranged, and Russia's okay with it because they know they're getting some builds from the south. That's my read on it. Austria here loses Aegean and piffs the fleet. I'm not sure that they have a rebuild, though. I think they do not. But that would probably be the unit they would pull anyway. So I guess that's fine. And now Italy is on the defensive, but Marcus is pulling to defend against England, not against Italy from this position. So I think it's a little unclear to me whether West going to Tunis makes more sense than it hitting Mao from this position, but I guess Marcus is just going to try to continue to be aggressive here.
Marcus had a he could have lost if he had tried to do the brace Brest into Mid-Atlantic with support. He could have, and he guessed wrong. He would have lost could have lost Portugal and Brest.
Well, would have lost Spain if he would have lost Spain because they would have retreated to Spain in this position.
Well, to Portugal, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so suddenly Klaas is like the one in charge here, right? Sitting at the board top and has dots, available to him. All right, so Klaas is the big winner in that turn, puts down 2 new armies, and Gunter puts down an army in Warsaw. Let's continue forward. So the game does continue, spring of 1908. And Johnny, time to you.
Interesting. Well, I was getting ready to say that I wanted to point out again that Micah had done the same thing 2 turns in a row. She had built an army Khan when she could have built a fleet, and then sent it to Ankara to pull the Black Sea Fleet out, and then sent it back to Khan, which I was going to say had been an incredibly wasteful use of her units. Now she's being invited into the Ionian Sea. So that shows you what I know. I think that was a diplomatic fig leaf to Italy, and it's worked. So never listen to anything that I say. Micah knows best. She's going to get Greece and maybe more. So she's given it the best shot she has. Russia's liable to get Vienna here. So Russia's looking okay, but Russia's going to lose Denmark and might lose Berlin. So it's probably Micah or nobody. And Micah's, of course, a massively long shot. Everyone's going to have to throw a lot to her to make her the winner of this tournament. But it's not out of the cards.
I mean, the board top is really all that's at play here. The tournament win isn't at play here. No, knowing the game as a max another year after this, right?
Oh, it's only 1 more year, not 2.
It was random between 7 and 9 years.
Oh yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's over. Okay. So yeah, Klaus will win the board top for sure. It's a good position for Klaus. In fact, it probably stops here. They probably just take Denmark and maybe Belgium and draw would be my guess.
Well, let's find out what happens in fall of 1908.
No, he doesn't take Denmark. He hates that tile.
Wow. I'm also surprised.
Funny.
I'm surprised Trieste held because tactically the Russia and Turkey could have taken all of Vienna, Trieste, and at the same time. And still taken Greece. No, I'm sorry. I guess Greece. No, they could have taken Greece. Ionian is the mover. Anyway, blah blah blah. So okay, Klaas leaves Denmark. Nothing else really happens. Winter of 1908 finds Russia and Klaas tied for the board top. Yep. So we get an army in Moscow and a fleet in Smyrna, and that's where the game ends. Does that feel right?
Given the time constraint, yeah, that's right.
No.
Why not, Adam?
Klaas walked out of Denmark.
Should have kept it.
Yeah, but neither they've been buddies. I don't know. You want to let him keep it.
I think it's reasonable. I think it's reasonable if they want to end it on good terms. Neither of them's going to win the tournament with this game. Right. I think it's perfectly fine. I'm being a little bit glib.
And the intel I do have on this is that the time limit, the year limit, was announced after the winter phase ended here. And it was 1908, so they were not allowed to play another year. Although Bradley, the tournament director, told me that he thought the game would have drawn here anyway. It kind of seems like it, right? Klaas walking out of Denmark. So that means, and I'm going to bring Jamal back on screen here, that Dan Lester is the winner of this tournament. And give me 1 second. I have a technical difficulty before I can show you the standings, but we know the results, so I'm going to let you guys talk about it. And Adam, you can start.
Well, I mean, Dan Lester winning another tournament is probably no surprise to any of us here. I mean, Dan is a world champion and, one of the best diplomacy players in the world. I think nobody would really dispute that. He has been for a very long time. And he continues to just play at, the highest levels of the game. And we see that every time we look at one of his boards. And I think he certainly did that in the games we watched today. So it was well earned by Dan.
It was a dominant performance. I mean, Dan, there was never a moment in the tournament that Dan was not winning, basically, since the beginning of his first round game. And when you own a tournament like that, you're gonna come out and win. And Dan's an amazing player. I've played with Dan, and one of the things I really appreciate about him is he's really fun to play with. He has this like real charisma. He's kind of like Goff in that way, where you just like they're just guys you want to talk to. It's just nice to play with them. And some of the like really old school diplomacy players are charismatic, but not in that like really pleasant way. And Dan really is he's a good guy to hang out with, talk shit. And I think that's one of the reasons he does as well as he does, but he's also obviously sharp as attack. So I'm glad to see Dan win another one. He deserves it. And it's a dominating performance.
Jamal?
Yeah, I think I obviously have to back Dan in for this. I mean, look at the score here is double the amount of points as anybody else, and this is what you get when you go for the Dan Lester Peace Prize, when you hold all of your units and you just I think it's a great tournament win, but also a great way to win a tournament. I guarantee you, Dan did not lose any friends in winning this tournament. He probably earned more friends in winning this tournament. So not only did he have a dominant win, he did it in such a way that just, people, I'm sure he's going to rock up to the next tournament with people more willing to work with him and more wanting to do all these kind of things. And as you said, Johnny, is just a real way of playing that is magnetic, that brings people to you. And so, that kind of play wins diplomacy tournaments. You don't win by stabbing, you win by making people want to work with you and just being in a position where they, where they're kind of happy for you to win.
I will add here that Bradley did have a tie-breaking procedure for the tie in second place here between Ian Wilson and Micah Blom. It was their third round score, and Micah's was bigger than Ian's, thanks to this late move. And so Micah actually does take second place here alone, and Ian takes third place. Thanks to Marcus Zelstra, who is an audiovisual person. We do have some video. I have not watched this. It was just passed on to me during our broadcast. Ooh. I think this is edited as well, and I've been told it's about 3 minutes. I don't know that for a fact, but this is footage from the tournament, and here it is.
You can, but it's the Rusty Stab Award. Oh no. And I had two sort of ideas, one of which ended better than the other. So for whatever the stab was you did on England, Marcus, you get the Rusty Stab Award. Woo! Yeah. Now for the best stab award, again a bit subjective. For whatever, Dan, you pulled off with that Italy in Game 2 on both Abdullah and then Bordy, you get the best stab. Woo! Okay, we'll start with best countries. Klaus is no longer here, he had to catch a flight, so he got best England, he's already left. Woo! Best Austria, we've got Ian. Best France goes to Conrad. Oh wait, no, hold on. Oh. Yes, it was. It was your game where you allied with Micah. Second game. That deserves them. Yes, it does. France did terrible, and thank you all, because France is the best country, and you all did terrible at it. So, I'm going to do these at the same time. I've got the best Germany and best Italy awards, both for Dan.
And it's going to get heavy. I was robbed.
Best Russia goes to Gunther.
Oh, well done.
And best Turkey goes to Micah. And I'm just going to announce the top three. So in third place was Ian. In second place was Micah. And I think we all knew this yesterday. The winner is Dan Lester.
Can I just say, what a fantastic time I have had, and I know all of you, because you've all been saying it, What a brilliant tournament, superbly organised. We all know it's so much work, dealing with completely the wrong number of players several times, all done with a smile on his face, a really refreshing restart to this National Diplomacy Championship, as well as being a worthy winner.
It was my title. I had to give it to someone.
And you did. Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for the amazing
Say thank you for the hosts of
Absolutely.
the whole
Thank
venue.
you, Duggan. Oh,
Anytime, guys. And Hazel.
With that said, let's clean up and have some beer.
Can I get a picture of all of you as well?
All right, thank you to Christopher Ward, Wardy, for that footage. It was not Marcus Elstra. I misunderstood a message, and so it was it was Wardy. That's fun to see all the all the participants and also the good cheer. And congratulations, Dan Lester, for winning another tournament. This means that you will likely qualify for the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's Invitational Tournament next year in February. So we hope to see you there. All right, you guys, I'll give you guys the last word on this tournament, starting with you, Adam. Anything you want to add?
No, just great to see a tournament like this back in the UK. It's been too long, so it's great to see the hobby there, and so excited for the UK hobby. Hopefully, we'll see some of those folks come across the pond for World DipCon in the spring. But just great news.
Jamal?
Just echoing Adam's sentiments. It's great to see the UK National Championships back. Diplomacy in Europe is really extending its tendrils. We've got tournaments in the Netherlands, in Germany, in places we haven't had tournaments for a really long time. So it's a really exciting time to be a diplomacy player.
Johnny?
Yeah, totally agree. And I just want to say that if Saren and McCullough make it to the next UK championship, I will commit to also being there myself. So there's the challenge.
All right. Well, Saren, I believe is Chicago based now. So
yeah, but sorry, she's got to defend her home turf anyway, right?
Still British at heart. That reminds me that for anyone who's interested in making last-minute tournament plans, Chicago is hosting Weasel Moot next week or this coming weekend. We have social events on Friday night, and then we have 2 rounds on Saturday and 1 round on Sunday. The defending champion is next to me on the screen, Mr. Adam Silverman, and you are coming to defend your championship. Is that right?
I'll be there.
All right. And Jamal, we'll see you there. You take an overnight flight?
Look, unfortunately not. But if anyone is watching from Australia, we have 2 tournaments coming up in the next month or so. So we have the Asia Pacific Championships in Melbourne on the 12th and 13th of October, and the Australian Open up here in Canberra on the 1st to 3rd of November. So anyone from the Southern Hemisphere, you're absolutely welcome. Would love to see you all there.
Johnny, anything you want to announce?
Yeah. Anything I want to announce?
Yeah, like any tournaments? Well,
working on it. If you play diplomacy in the New York City area, you should certainly get in contact with me, because the New York City Diplorats are going strong. We are having a game this weekend, so we'll be competing with Moot for the most prestigious big city game in New York, or in North America. Hopefully there will be a tournament. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we'd love to see a tournament in New York. I would definitely.
Hopefully, stay tuned for next summer.
Where can people find out how to play in New York?
The easiest way would be to get in contact with me on one of the various diplomacy Discord servers, which I think are always linked in these things at the NIDF or the VWDC, or you can also get in contact with me on like the press diplomacy places like Nexus Leagues or Olympus. Or get in contact with any of these fine people who organize diplomacy, and they'll steer you in the right direction.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you guys. The QR code for the VWDC server is in the corner. I flashed the NADF server QR code a little bit ago. So yeah, please join. We'd love to see all of you. And Adam, I think you have an event that you would like to announce or discuss coming up next year. Do you want to tell us what's going on?
Well, I mean, for those who have been viewing have probably heard me like a broken record on this, but World DipCon is going to be hosted in San Francisco, April 4th through 6th next year. It's first time ever in San Francisco, back to the United States for the first time in a couple of years, and it's going to be a really fun event. 4 rounds of diplomacy face to face over the weekend, and we'll be. I think a lot of folks here from the DBN group will be there, and people from all around the world I expect to be joining for just what will be great games of diplomacy, but also just great time spent with really cool people. So, great opportunity. Even if it's your first tournament, don't be scared that it has this World DipCon title. It's just a great time. You're more fun and more people to meet. So I really would encourage people to think about it and come out if they can. And hopefully we have a link to the website or some of the information in the show notes.
Yes, hopefully that will happen.
Okay.
Feel free to remind me if I inevitably forget.
I know that I have my flights booked for DipCon already. So yeah, we are getting a contingent coming across.
All right, fantastic. And for those of you viewers at home who aren't able to make any of these events, look to DBN for coverage of them, and we'll bring it to you. All right, with that, we are going to sign off on the UK National Championship of 2024. Congratulations again to Dan Lester for winning, and to Bradley Grace for hosting a successful tournament. And for the rest of you out there, please stay safe and stab well.